Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Film Fan Club show. I'm Alex McKellar, filling in for Sam Carrico. That's right, Sam's on break, trying to balance that whole work-life thing, taking what he's affectionately dubbed a ghost protocol. He sends his love and his recommendations. Oh yeah, hang on, we got him here. Don't go see Marvel. Okay. I don't know. Speaking of work-life balance, tonight we're talking about the second season of Apple's hit TV show Severance. Ben Stiller and Dan Erickson are back with another exciting and mysterious season that will keep audiences on the edge of their seats and maybe even off their phones. As Netflix continues to fine-tune being able to tune out, Apple has gone with a different approach, making something good, or at least a little bit thinner, longer battery life. Severance, if you haven't seen the show, is a procedure that splits your memory. So when you're at work, you don't remember your outside life, and when you leave work, you don't remember your work. Essentially, you get on an elevator, then 8 hours later, you're walking out of the building, no memory of what just happened. It's like watching TikTok. Season 2 sees some new additions to the cast. Gwendolyn Christie joins the Severed Floor's Lorne, and she is Captain Fantasmic. Not only do we get to see her fight in this, we also get to see her face. We also get the Steward of Gondor, John Noble, hamming it up with Christopher Walken and John Turturro. Relative newcomer Sarah Bach holds her own, keeping the innies in line, while upcoming Mission Impossible star Tremel Tillman continues to be a delight as floor manager Seth Melchek. We continue to follow Adam Scott's Mark S. and Britt Lauer's Helly R. as they manipulate the numbers and are forced to read the sacred text of a crazed billionaire trying to live forever. So, a lot like working for the website formerly known as Twitter. The show has us all wondering what it might be like to never remember work again. And CEOs wondering, what if I could convince my employees I'm actually God? All jokes aside, the show's been a breath of fresh air. Practical sets, interesting camera work, cogent social commentary, more like Ben Stiller, am I right? All right, we got a great show for y'all tonight. Let's get into it. Woo! All right, and tonight we're going to talk about Severance Season 2, and to talk about it, we're bringing on the local Sev head, our resident Sev head, John L. Welcome to the show, John.
How's it going, Alex? How you doing?
Pretty good. So I guess, we'll just, as they say on the streets, let's just dive into it. So, we didn't do an episode on Season 1, Sam. It wasn't on his radar, though all things are on his radar now. Even though he's missing. I don't know.
That's true. He could be watching Indian movies in secret right now. We don't know.
He'd still be on his phone. But anyway, yeah. So I don't know. For me, I got Apple TV, I think mostly to watch Mythic Quest. And then saw ads for a show that was about to start called Severance, or maybe a few episodes were out. And I just got swept up in it. I knew nothing. I'd never heard of, I didn't see any, promotional material coming out until, I was watching, I guess, I was either so I could watch, it doesn't matter. Anyway, started watching Severance. It was insane. It was so good. And I brought you on with me, I think. Yeah, because you and I watched the final episode of Season 1, together. Mm-hmm. It was my third time seeing it, but your first time seeing it. Because I am. If anyone's the resident Sev head, it's me. But, the bit works best for John.
You can't say introducing our resident Sev head, me.
I can do whatever I want. I'm in charge. Watch what I can do. See? I can do whatever I want. So,
I'm back. Gone mad with power, Alex.
Don't worry. But yeah. So I loved Season 1. What were your thoughts on just broadly on Season 1? Because we'll probably talk about it more as it goes on, and then expectations for Season 2 with this hiatus we had.
Season 1 is super good. It's very good. It's definitely one of those kind of shows where you spend most of it going what? Why is this happening? What is that? Why are there goats here?
What if the goats are the numbers? We're deciding which goats live and which ones... Oh, God.
I doubt it's that.
That's what the characters are experiencing, so it works. And then the end revelation of Season 1 is this big twist ending. No spoilers if you haven't seen Season 1, I guess. get with the program, you know.
Yeah, we could spoil season 1. Honestly, at this point, we'll do light discussion of season 1 without spoilers, and then we'll spoil everything.
That's right.
Yeah.
And then I didn't really have any expectations going into season 2 because, you know, it's like they could go anywhere from where they end in season 1. You got the big reveals about the Audi, like what the Audi characters are like and who they are. And then it just kind of ends. Excuse me.
It's okay. It's all right.
Yeah, I didn't know what they were gonna do, and I didn't even really try to predict. You know, I had some like loose prediction calls in my notes, but not anything where I was like, "This is what they're gonna do."
Yeah, I think I was in a similar spot, which I guess, you know, if for some reason you've chosen this video out of all the other videos to watch and you don't know what the hell we're talking about is Severance is it's a show about people who get a chip put in their brain to separate their memory so that when they're in a physical location, they have no memory of the outside world, their lives, their hopes, their fears, their traumas, their dreams, none of that, just simple language. And then when they leave, they have no memory of work, no idea what happened. So from their like visceral perspective, as what the show colloquially calls an outie, they get on an elevator and then they're walking out of that elevator and 8 hours have just passed and they go home. Or, you know, from what's in the show called the innie's perspective, they wake up on an elevator, they go do work, they get on that elevator, and then they're immediately back on the elevator to work the next day at their office job. And it's a wild roller coaster of a ride. It's an incredible show, top to bottom. So if you haven't seen it and you've watched this so far, stop watching us and just go watch the show because it's great. But yeah, with that, so now I feel free and clear to talk about spoilers of season 1. We'll hold off for season 2. But yeah, I mean, it was that last episode where, you know, it's just a floating camera. They're experiencing the Audi world. You know, you have Mark S. seeing Rickon and like having like celeb worship for a character that we've seen be like a doofus.
They sound like a sad old hamburger waiter,
but like so lovable. I love Rickon to death. I know we were big Rickon heads over here.
Yes, it's great.
greatest character in the show.
Perfect.
Good.
I mean, it's perfect.
I want that book, man.
Our job is to taste free air. Your so-called boss may own the clock that taunts you from the wall, but
my friends, the hour is yours. Paid 197 slabs.
But you have that going on. You have Irv like learning about that he's been painting the inside of some scary place on the severed floor. So like, what is that connection? How is Irv Audi know some of his innie stuff? Is it just like that artist intuition? I don't know. Maybe that'll get explored in season 2. And then Dylan obviously is down there. You know, he's hanging in there. And the big reveal, the crazy one, Helly is Helena Egan.
This is Helena Egan. Oh my gosh, Helena. So good to finally meet you.
Likewise.
Wild. Huge, crazy thing to lead off into what brings us into season 2. But I guess real quick, show big takeaways of like themes and stuff from season 1 that we could talk about being explored in season 2 would be like, I think, you know, work-life balance obviously was like in the messaging of the show. This is about work-life balance, even though a lot of times it didn't feel like it was just about that. Sometimes it is about work-life balance. And then like religion and cults, I feel like a lot because they talk about the handbook, you know, you have different characters quoting it as if it's the Bible, you know, when they're on the severed floor and the innie type stuff. And then you even see unsevered characters like Milchek, like Cobell, having this religious like devotion to Kier and the stuff of Lumen. Like Cobell has her little shrine in season 1. Milchek, you know, is like talking about the core principles. I mean, mostly we see it as a way to control the innies. We see more of it in season 2. And then obviously like the innies are very much like children. So we have themes of like childhood, like self-discovery, self-actualization, all of this. So I don't know if you want to dive into any of those before we get into season 2. It's just like a brief way to talk about season 1.
I mean, when you are dealing with multiple broad subjects like that, it has this thing where it also kind of like overlaps some, like the show's examination of religion, and obviously because of the aesthetics of Keir and that whole thing, very Christian.
Yeah.
And then it also, because that religion is the underpinning like socialization form through which a corporation is controlling people, it also becomes the same stuff, becomes a commentary on religion and the deification of the system, the machine capitalism, right? In the way that, like, in reality, people are like, oh, you got to nose to the grindstone, work hard, and the system will work for you. All that kind of like deification, mythology.
I know. We're all waiting to be raptured into the gated community in the sky,
Right,
like,
exactly.
We
temporarily
that
disenfranchised billionaires or whatever.
The temporarily embarrassed billionaires. Yeah, I know. You gotta work hard. The Protestant work ethic remains strong, even as the Crizzo like veneer is sometimes wiped off for people. The belief and like the sort that extra layer that's sort of making it bigger is still baked in to how we talk about this stuff. And I think the show does a really good job showing that
and it's
like
interesting
dealing that and providing commentary on it. Yeah, go ahead.
I mean, we're talking about the themes in season 1, right?
Yeah. I mean, we can touch on season 2 if you want. I was about to get into like the brief non-spoiler season 2, but if you want to talk about how they like carry on in a broad way, I'm fine with
it. In season 2, we get some more, more outy world stuff, and it becomes clear that the whole Keir mythos is extant in a world in which Christianity already exists. So there's this element of like it's co-opting these styles and aesthetics of Christianity that exists in order to like grow up into the society, in order to deify these people that were born and lived within like 5 generations of the people currently alive. So it's even further back than Christian.
That's where stuff. So it's like, I guess, because that's one thing I was trying to remember. It's like Keir is like 1800s, right? So we're like a few generations, and because we have all those CEOs down there. And I mean, you've touched on a thing that I was going to bring up later, but I feel like it's fine to kind of bring up now because we can do it in a sort of non-spoiler way, or we can just get into spoilers. But it's like throughout parts of season 2, I got like hints of Scientology being like referenced in some of the ways they were doing stuff, like auditing. Like there's a part where like they hold something that reminded me of like an e-meter. I don't know. I could dig through it again. But then also very like the little I know about the Church of Latter-day Saints, but like Church of Latter-day Saints, Mormon type stuff, like Keir being a potential whatever his name is. Why did I forget his name? Whatever the main guy of Joseph Smith. Yeah, Joseph Smith. Yeah. Thank you, John. I was like, like that kind of because it is like it's like an Americanized Christianity, like like Keir is maybe a contemporary of Joseph Smith, and he's like, I want to do that. I want to make a religion, but doing it in his own way. But I mean, that obviously brings us into season 2. So I mean, for me, I was watching it week to week. I was jumping in. I was there probably, a little bit after opening day to watch the first one. I mean, I made you watch the fucking 8-minute trailer they released. That was the first 8 minutes of season 2, episode 1. I was so excited, that whole thing. So, I mean, we can just jump in with that. Like that opening shot of season 2, episode 1. Like we hear, like before we even have any images, we're hearing like what the innies were doing in the outside world. You got Irv shouting for Bert. You got Helly talking about how they're tortured down there. You got Mark S saying she's alive, and then Mark's on an elevator on the severed floor, and we get that incredible like camera work that stitched together to look like one long take down those insane hallways.
Mm-hmm.
Mark running all around. We get him and Milchek reuniting. We find out from Milchek tells Mark S that it's been 5 months. They've done, they're the face of any reform. We see it's like the Kier Gazette, or as is affectionately called later, the Bullshit Magazine or Bullshit Gazette. And just it's crazy, like we are with the perspective of the innies, there. We're just like brought back in, we're on the severed floor, and then we just stick with Mark for that amount of time. I mean, and from there, I'll say like season 2, if we want to keep it low spoilers, I thought it was great. I was hooked from moment 1. I hated and loved going week to week. But I also, like riding that edge, keeping it in my mind for, 10 weeks instead of 2 days, I think is more fun way to do it, even if it's stressful and John disagrees. But I thought it was I also didn't really know what to expect of a season 2, the end of season 1 with them being in the real world. Such a crazy revelation. It's like, oh, okay, do we try to burn it down? Like, what's going to happen? How is Helly going to interact with all this? And then season 2 came in and gave me, in some ways, some like, oh, that's cool. That was expected. Not like I saw it coming. But then in a lot of other ways, I was like, did not foresee this coming or like this happening, this being the turn and the twist that it took. Mm-hmm. And so, wondering for you, just sort of briefly before we full go into spoilers, broad thoughts on season 2.
It was super good again, just like I say it all the time.
Yeah.
Catchphrase. It was super good.
Yeah. No notes. All right.
and without getting into spoilers, that's difficult for me. You know that.
Yeah, I know. I guess like for me, the bullet points, like sort of the twists and turns that we will talk about. Like, did you feel like you saw stuff coming? Do you think it holds up to like the your experience of watching season 1? I know it's like it's a known quantity now, but like I felt like it still being known, it didn't like lose its edge, so to speak.
Definitely not. I mean, there were some things when I watch something, especially something like this, where the whole point of like almost every bit is, hey, that was weird. What does that mean?
Mm-hmm.
My mind is always going and making calls and predicting things. Most of them not accurate. Some of them spot on. So it's just like sometimes I am able to predict that. Sometimes I am able to predict stuff, but it's like just throwing shit at the wall. Some of it's going to be right.
Right.
And the show itself overall still managed to maintain a really interesting, like, different areas of commentary or examination and, parallels to reality, that kind of thing, in ways that I hadn't really been expecting. I was definitely expecting it to be like, okay, season 2 comes in and we're much more aggressive. Like, I assumed the system would be angrier at them, and the show went, okay, you're right. You were good for bringing that up to us. Thank you. Go back to work, please. And I was like, oh, interesting. Ways that the sort of reformation of the labor system appeases without solving any of the problems. You know what I mean? Those are interesting.
Yeah. No, like, I mean, again, I think that brings us into like that whole, and now, I mean, spoilers now. I did it. Yeah, we made it through. I'll say, no, it's fine. I mean, but barely. You did a good job. It's only barely spoilers. You know what I mean? I was gonna rip the Band-Aid off fully, but I guess that being said, if you've again somehow, some way found this show and didn't leave because Sam wasn't here, and like have only seen season 1 of Severance and are like, should I watch season 2? The answer is yes. And also leave a comment proving you're a real person. It seems crazy to me. So for all of you who have probably seen all of it or whatever, or don't care about spoilers, we're going to talk about spoilers now. Episode 1 and 2 are like, it like very linked in my mind. Obviously we get the innie experience and the outie experience. And like, like I said earlier, like Milchek tells them, oh, it's been 5 months.
What you all did 5 months ago was one of the most painful moments in the history of this company.
We learn in episode 2, it's been 48 hours.
I had 48 hours to pull this together.
Like all of the severed world is starting off to be a lie. And I don't even know how much the innies ever fully realize how little time had actually passed for them from like when they did the overtime contingency to coming back to work there.
Yeah, I don't think they do.
Yeah, I mean, I think like, yeah, I guess I don't know if like we don't necessarily see it addressed in any of the episodes, but it was wild as an audience member to be like, oh damn, they're going crazy. But yeah, then all of the sort of surface level reforms, the wonderful new training video about the macrodat uprising that we get.
Conspired to mount what Lumen historians will forever call the macrodat uprising.
Which yeah, great catch that was Keanu Reeves' voice. I was like, that voice sounds familiar, but I just like kept watching this fun little animated thing. And then I was reading through your notes and it's like Keanu Reeves, and I was like, there's no way. And I look it up. Holy shit, it was fucking Keanu Reeves. Fucking playing a building. He plays a great building.
He plays Lumen.
Yeah. The Lumen, that Lumen office.
Well,
crazy.
he said, but you can just call me Lumen.
The name's a mouthful, or as I say, a doorful. So you can just call me Lumen.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
Character is Lumen.
No running in my halls.
That tickles.
And then Irv laughs. Oh, I love Irv.
He's good.
But, sorry, I kind of lost the point that you had made that I was trying to connect to. I guess, like, yeah, the reforms versus, like, the control still, right? That's where you're trying to go with that?
Yeah, I mean, the easy thing for Lumen to do would be to get harder and, install more doors and have Milchek stand in the corner of the office watching them at all times, that kind of shit.
Just sort of recreate like a bigger panopticon than it was before in a way.
And instead they do, Milchek is like, hey, you guys there's no cameras in the rooms anymore. You can walk around the halls freely without needing passes,
Well, they get hall passes. The hall passes are just out now. They're part of the new perks. Perks.
We don't see how you get them. They might just be able to grab them.
I feel like they're like in a little dispenser or something. There's like 4 in there, 1 for each person for the day. But when they come back, they're expected to,
put it back in.
All the classic stuff. Or maybe there's only 2, so that like 2 people have to be working. They can't all just run around. Although I guess we see almost everyone leave.
That's true. They do all just go out.
Yeah. I mean, it is funny. This season, I mean, like it becomes a big plot point, but it does seem like for a long time, like Milchek is like not actually concerned about them getting to work, just them like feeling like they can, which I know we find out is like part of the long con. There's a lot going on. Too many twists, too many turns. I don't know. Do we want to do major spoilers right now?
Yeah.
All right. Yeah. So because there are little things that I want to talk about as we go along so we find out. So again, Mark has he meets a new crew, has them murdered so he can get his friends back. And then his friends come back and, we get Dylan, Irv, and then waiting. Oh, finally, Helly's back. And then, they get to see the Keanu Reeves movies and they sit down and they're talking. They're like, what'd you see? What'd you see? And then Helly gives us an answer that's a little bit weird, a little bit sus.
I saw the inside of a really fucking boring apartment.
She was in a Save the Gorillas t-shirt.
Cool.
We know Helly doesn't care about gorillas. No, she says, she couldn't find anyone. And we know that obviously she got out there and learned that she was Helena Egan. And then we're like, oh, that was weird. Why did she lie?
A night gardener.
Is she bad? Is she embarrassed? What's happening? No, turns out She was Helena Egan the whole time. There's a thing called a Glasgow block that allows severed people to be on the severed floor without the chip turning on for some reason. She's a mole. She's a spy. She's spying on him, John. And why this was important to me to want to bring up now is like, yeah, they do talk about all of this stuff, but when they're initially like in the room, like they're talking, I forget exactly what they're talking about, but it's Helena that points out, she like changes the conversation to be like, the cameras are gone.
What if they're waiting for us to tell each other what happened because they don't know what happened? I mean, what if they're listening, Dylan?
Wait, what happened to the security camera?
Like she's pointing out the changes to them in their workstation area, and also like diverting the conversation at times away from stuff, you know, in like an espionage type way. And there's also a great shot. So all of the like severed employees, like they put their hand behind the computer to turn it on, you know, but it's in a different position for Milchek at his computer and Cobell. And we see Helena not know how to turn her computer workstation on. Like we see a clear shot of her like feeling around the back of the computer to find it, and it's in the same spot we saw Milchek go for it earlier. And then like in that montage, Irv, Mark, and Dylan all just instantly like turn their monitors on because it's in a different spot. And I was like, that's such good. Well, how would you notice that? You've only watched it once.
That's true.
Why,
I didn't know
if you're like me and you watched it week to week and you're able to go back, that's
madness.
No, I'm not calling you out for not noticing on your first watch through. I didn't notice on my first watch through, but I'm calling you out for being like, oh, also, I didn't mean to coordinate this, John, but you and I look like Mark's beta fish right now, red and blue, and separated.
Maybe we're the same
was
person.
planned. Yeah, a lot of the doubling stuff in this show. It's crazy. Anyway,
gonna gloss over
now with all those bits. Yeah, we're the bits. We're two halves of Sam's mind. That'll be the ultimate reveal.
New narrative for the Film Fan Club show. No, then we need a third person.
The Film Fan Club.
We need a third person to play the third aspect of Sam.
Yeah, we do. We have Brad, but he's just voiceover. It's all gonna make sense.
Gotcha.
And P of the P, which is what I'm my maybe we'll cut this out, or I'll bleep me saying P of the P.
Why not just say P of the P? It's not like we said what it actually is.
I know. But I thought it was funny. I wanted to call attention to it and also be cryptic. Anyway,
so cut that part out.
Yeah, cut that part out. Cut that. No, it's all staying in. We're doing it live.
Keep all this.
Yeah, keep all this. Sam, keep all this. You're not here. You're not doing the editing. Future Alex is. And Alex will keep what he wants. The other part that before we like start moving into later episodes, I just want to set up your clever observation. We find out, Mark finds out that Cobell was fired because had an erotic fixation on both Mark's innie and his outie and wanted a thruple.
We believe she developed an erotic fixation on you and had plans to pursue both you and your outie in what might be termed a thruple.
Which I thought was one of the funniest reasons to tell an innie why Cobell wasn't there anymore.
It's weird when they say that. I buy it, right? Watching the show, Milchek says it, and I'm like, oh yeah, Cobell was being super fucking weird about both Marks.
Yes,
I guess I can see it, but then more like everything continues, and everyone continues to be weird and do nonsense, and so you go, oh, okay, that was probably bullshit.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's one of those things where it's like it did have that ring of like, she is weirdly obsessed with Mark. We know this from season 1. Like she's living next to him. She's like messing with Mark on the severed floor. You know, we're like, there's just all of this. It seems to be this weird connection. You know, she's committing lactation fraud, as we learn as the term later. And so, yeah, there is this weird obsession with Mark. And she does have that wonderful line about, you know, her husband has gone to heaven, and he's preparing a house, and then he will make a little
room
cabin
in the
out
back.
back. Room in the back. Should she take a lover? So there is like a tension there and a flirtation, but it's just the fact that it was Milchek telling that to any Mark is so funny to me. He's like, it was what the kids call a throuple. It's just, it's incredible. It's an incredible show. But yeah, I'm trying to think. Was there anything else? I mean, again, and then obviously, and then episode 2, we get the Audi perspective of those sort of initial days. We learn that it is only been 2 days. We see Milchek decide to fire everyone but Mark, and we wonder why Mark is so important. We'll learn more later. And then have to bring them all back because Mark was able to talk to the board. He ran in and stole the thing. He had the guys fired. And we see, Mark's Audi was still like thinking about quitting, and Devin is thinking, oh, maybe Gemma is alive. Maybe that's what's actually happened. We get some wonderful Rickon moments, some of my favorites of, him being like frustrated with Rebecca and then being like, I think he's right. Yes, I agree.
No, yeah, I agree. I think Rickon is right.
I agree.
And then he's like, maybe Kovelbig will be a helpful nomenclature.
Kovelbig.
We're getting a lot of good Rickon moments right in the beginning of this season. And I love it to death. And then, also, I mean, we got to see a bit, we got to know a bit more about Irv's Audi and obviously we got to know a lot about Helena and Helly's Audi. But then I really loved getting to see Dylan's Audi and like his experience looking for jobs. You and I both loved the interview at the door factory or whatever that place was.
How old were you when you knew you loved doors? 5.
What's your favorite kind of door?
Yeah. I want to be a pocket door. He's like, yeah, you remind me a lot of me. And he's like, thanks. He's like, semi-glass. He's like, ooh.
That's hot.
That's hot.
Like such a weird and wonderful interview energy. These two guys, and then like he's like, they make their doors in house. The fucking hubris.
I think Dylan would have been a great door salesman.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Or were they selling doors, or were they manufacturing doors?
Probably both. That's true. They're there. They're there from I guess whatever the words for tip to toe or soup to nuts of the door frames. I'm trying to think of what that top part's called, but I don't know. I'm not a carpenter. Anyway, speaking of
you don't work with carpets.
Yeah. Yeah. What is this, a carpet store?
I mean, what do you think this is, a carpet factory? What?
I do like that, like, he gets initially turned off by Dylan, though, for Dylan trying to continue the door joke bit where he's like, yeah, there's a small prize if you win. He's like, door prize. And he's like, I see here like he gets more abrupt. Like, I just love Dylan, like, just striking out essentially. He's like, I've made 2. I've tested the waters. I've made a door joke. I've said semi-gloss instead. Now we're trying a door prize. Nope, too far. Too far. I thought it just it was wonderful. A classic interview. And then getting to see more of them. I thought it was a lot of fun. But yeah, what were your thoughts of the Audis?
I mean, the Audi stuff is all very interesting. Mark, classic Audi Mark, being like, nope, he didn't mean Gemma was alive. He meant your baby is alive. Even though I woke up holding a picture of Gemma. It's like classic Mark avoidant shit.
Yeah. Yeah.
Irv Audi is super interesting. I want to know more about. Oh yeah, he's the one who my theory is he's one of the progeny that the dad, not Keir, not
James,
the old one currently.
Yeah, he's like a current head. Yeah, it's like Jane or James. I think it's James Egan.
He's got a line at the, in the second to last episode where he's like, I sired others in the shadows and Kier wasn't in them either.
Sired others in the shadows. But he wasn't in them either.
And my headcanon is that Irv is one of the unacknowledged other children of Jay Megan. And then he and Ellie are going to be step siblings, half siblings.
Half siblings. That'd be crazy. But I can see it. I like that one. I mean, yeah, because like we see that the birthing place, has obviously been around for a while. I guess he is old enough to him to have been like a very early on one, John Turturro. Be like,
James could have been doing weird fucking genetic progeny shit well before Cobell invented Severance.
Right. Spoilers.
Figured I'd just drop that one. Like
just drop that bomb in there. Cobell invented Severance. We learned.
Mine! My designs!
Fucking insane.
Yeah, dude, it's insane, but also like so tracks with the Egans. I love it. I think that was Sweet Vitriol. I'm pretty sure that was the episode. I just like some of the names of the episodes were so good as we also do this. Like the first two being Hello Miss Cobell, Goodbye Miss Helvig. Like just rad, like just a bunch of fun stuff. Obviously, one of my favorite titles just because of where it comes up. A Trojan's Horse. It's just Rickon has a way with words.
That's what I was going for.
That would be one. Yeah, fascinating. I could believe it because there's a lot of unanswered questions with her. Like what was going on with him in season 1 with the like black dripping nonsense, like the crazy oil stuff falling from the ceiling.
The oil was like his paint, right?
That's what I'm assuming, but like I don't know. Like we've still got a lot of like mystery things around. Like there is obviously some way where Irving's subconscious is communicating between his severed and unsevered parts. Because he's painting on the thing there. I had assumed that it was his paint, but like, why is this weird? Like, how is this connection happening? I guess is more the question that I still have, and like, what's he got to be doing now? Which is something that we need to explain, I guess, build up to. But I could see it being a connection, and then maybe we are going to meet more of James Egan's kids.
Maybe
that would.
Maybe I would say it could
kids.
Maybe everyone is severed is actually an Egan.
That's why but I feel like they all went of their own accord to apply for this job. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
That's
because of situations that the Egans set up through subterfuge and spy shit. Alex, they're all being manipulated in the Audi world in order to make themselves innies so that Egan can remove all of the trauma from all of his children in order to bring Kier back into them as adults and make a new society of severed people.
It's like part of my brain is like, that's wild. And then part of my brain's like, I feel like that would like lessen some of the critique the show has in other areas.
Sure. Yeah.
So I hope that's not. Yeah. I'm like, but I mean,
just throw shit at the wall and see what lands. In season 3 comes out, when that turns out to be the reality of what the show is about, then we'll get to be like, I said it way back then, and then we'll just edit out the bit where I was like, it's nonsense.
All right, fair enough. So, yeah, stay in for now. We'll tune in the future to see if we're gaslighting you.
Remember, this is the 5th edition of the holy text of the Film Fan Club.
Exactly. Yeah. But yeah, so I guess I don't know. Again, my ADD keeps jumping around. We'll jump in. We'll talk about season 3. I feel like we covered season 2 pretty well. Episode 3. Episode 2 pretty well. We got all that fun stuff. So episode 3, what is happening? I don't remember specifically that one.
That's why it's good to have Sam here with Wikipedia open.
Oh yeah. Well, I guess I could have Wikipedia open. Oh yeah.
Where has Sam Carrico gone?
That's the question we want to answer in our upcoming documentary, The Making of. I can't put my bit that I haven't done in the episode. This is getting
set it up before
physically. Yeah. All right. But anyway, so we have in episode 3 Mark trying to use lights to burn a message into his brain. Who is alive? Oh, John, you okay? Oh, just your camera went down.
It's I just gotta refocus now and then.
No, you're good. You're good. But yeah, so he's trying to do that. We have the return towards the end of Ragabi to try to, and that was what's crazy to me. Reintegrate Mark. That coming at the end of episode 3. I was like, that feels like a season finale level thing, and they just boom put it in episode 3. We also, this is the wonderful episode where we get to see Gwendolyn Stacy, right? Is that her name? Why don't know? Oh no, what am I thinking? What is it? What is her name? Why is that the name I went to? Captain Phasma. I didn't want to make a joke. Yeah. But yeah, so we have them exploring the second floor. Gwendolyn Christie. Thank you. Appreciate you. Yeah, so we have them exploring the severed floor. They're handing out Miss Casey posters to trying to find her missing person. All of that fun stuff. And then we get to see Dylan has his special new perk that we didn't mention. The I forget what the room's called.
Called the Audi Family Visitation Suite.
Are you saying I could see my family here?
But I do love that
Family Visitation Center.
Yeah, he's like, if you take the name at face value,
I'd say yes.
I love Milchek. He's so incredible.
He's really good.
Oh, and also, I can't believe we forgot to mention when they have the new crew in season 1, the one guy, Mark W, calling him Mr. Milkshake. That's so funny. It's so good. Sorry. But then he gets killed by being fired. So we're moving on. But yeah, so we have them going around. We get to see mammalians nurturables with the goat people are even more expansive. That stuff was crazy. Callbacks to seasons 1 of, can we see your bellies? Still that fear of the other existing, percolated throughout, just continue to expand that lore. And then, yeah, on the outside world, Devin and Mark are hatching a plan to communicate with any Mark. And maybe Rickon's going to do a new version of the UUR. It's pretty exciting. John, pick a point. I'm going to be Sam now. Pick one of the several points I just articulated. I'm going to check my phone. I'm going to read ahead about the next episode. You talk for a while, and I will try to pay attention. No, I'm just kidding.
Okay, so you're saying Phil.
Yeah. No, well, I didn't want to throw to you, but I wanted to throw to you in a way that I was meta calling back to what Sam used to do, because you told me to open up Wikipedia, all of that stuff. And I figured I would now. I did remember what was in episode 3 on my own. Thank you. But yeah, no. I mean, do you want to talk about mammalians and nurturables? You want to talk about Captain Phasma and how they, like you said in your notes, they didn't necessarily do the same shot structure to show how big she was. She was just intimidating because of her presence as an actress.
So Mammalians Nurturable is great. There's an element of, Mammalians Nurturable is a big indoor room with grassy hills in it that all of the baby goats from season 1 are kind of like moved into and are taken care of by the department called Mammalians Nurturable. There's a whole bunch of employees in Mammalians Nurturable, maybe 10, 12. There's a lot of them. Some of them wear goat furs on their heads to blend in with the crowd, with the herd of goats. Captain Phasma, Gwendolyn Christie, it plays like the head of Mammalians Nurturable, and like Alex mentioned, like Sam mentioned, like Alex mentioned, her character is intimidating and demanding because she's the head of this rural area of Lumen. But it's not shot, in Game of Thrones and in Star Wars, there's low angle shots so that her height is accentuated even against the other people, so she seems bigger and more intimidating. And in Severance season 2, they do more like dead-on shots, kind of like equal footing shots, so she doesn't seem particularly large, but she has that same like get out of my town. I'm gonna call all my friends. Don't mess with me. I'm gonna fuck you up if I have to, kind of thing. Which then ends up paying off later in the show when we get to see her actually stand her ground and kick the shit out of Drummond.
Yeah. Which I guess, we should. I thought she was great in this. Really enjoyed, and like you said, like that whole set and scene they built for Mammalian Snurchables was beautiful. Like just so rad. And like that first shot where they're walking along, and I love that we get the almost like devil iconography goat head, the black goat head. I was reminded of the Vivitch, which I haven't seen, but I've seen enough to be reminded of it. And just like the guy standing up wearing the thing, just like adding this weird, again, like cult vibes. What's going on? Like, is this sacrifice? Are the Egans actually goat people? Is the board goats? I don't know. These are the questions I have in my brain while watching this. And then, to see them and to see the guy we met the first time, there and being like the most sus. I love that he's just like, and then, I can't remember her name in the show, but like Gwendolyn having to ask, like, finally, after they've kind of made peace, they've stood up and they're like, Miss Casey was one of us, we got to save her. What's going to happen if they disappear you? We're coming together. We're the innies. We can work together down here. In a wonderful moment. She's like, but before you go, can we see your bellies? It's just like that whole thing. Like she's uncomfortable, but she's like, and then I love that he's just like, proves nothing.
See, pouchless.
Proves nothing.
Just still that deeply ingrained fear of the other, like the childlike, the use of separation to keep these people apart on the severed floor. I love that we're like still exploring it and like seeing the how far it goes, I guess could also use this to talk about, because the art in season 1, connecting that, like using the art as lore to continue to infect this lower culture with this religious significance.
The courtship of Kier and Imogen. My handbook just says they were bonded by the spirit of industry.
I know, but if this interpretation is correct.
They met as colleagues, took heart to each other as colleagues.
I'm also now just wondering, off the dome, are there like several severed elevators? Is that just the one for the refiters? Are they all, does everyone have to pass by Judd is my question.
No, Judd.
To come to work. Or are there multiple Judds out there? This is what I want to know now.
There's probably multiple Judds. There's probably a different elevator. That way you wouldn't want your
OND
Mammalians nurturable crossing paths with your OND on their way down.
Right. But that's like, I don't know. I just realized, I was like, this is crazy. Where are they coming from? How expansive is the severed floor?
There's like a bunch of clones of Judd that all sit at different
That's the thing,
in front of elevators.
Yeah, it's just Judd at all the different desks. And then you mentioned, later we have a fight with the character Drummond, who we hadn't really talked about yet, but we do meet him in episode 2. As like, at first it's like, who is this guy? He's just big, intimidating, clearly has some level of power, but when Harmony and Helena talk in episode 2, he just like sits in the corner quietly,
at the other end of the table.
Yeah, almost like a bodyguard, I was thinking at first, but then he like sort of becomes this bigger, like more connected figure. Like, how close is he to the board? What level is he? We learned at one point when talking to Milchek that like it's his problem what they're doing in the outside world. He has keys to Irving's apartment, just has keys to it. Like he is deeply like there is clearly a more giant level of control we see sprinkled throughout at Lumen, at least in this town, if not wider across. I mean, in season 1, we know that a senator had his wife severed so she could have babies for whatever reason, to set up stuff that'll happen in this season, but still, I guess, also so you don't have to deal with childbirth, I guess. But but
Just
which
sever
is nice.
yourself for 9 months.
Yeah. Well, I don't know if she's severed for 9 months or just severed in the process at the cabin to give birth. Yeah. So it's like, a long weekend of being severed, and then I have a baby.
Mm-hmm.
But maybe she was there for 9 months, and just like 9 months of her life is just whoop. Who knows? Rich people are crazy. That's what I've learned from Severance. Rich people be crazy.
That's what I learned from Severance. I needed Severance to teach me that.
No, I knew they were crazy before. I've seen the Billy Connolly stand up. Just Gosling. Do you even know what I'm talking about? Nobody does. Anyway.
No is the answer. I don't.
Yeah, I can't remember if I showed you that. But anyway, I have a funny question.
Mm-hmm.
How, if I was to take Morocco, Morocco, right? And stand it up on its southernly-most point. Nope, I've already messed it up. Sorry, we're going to move on. Anyway, that'll be a bit for a few
from
people.
the Bill Connolly stand-up?
I was, yeah.
And then you messed it up?
Christmas dinner, I did. Yeah, well, I mean, whatever. This is live, baby. This is what happens.
Yeah,
that will be deeply hilarious. No, that would be deeply hilarious to like one person in like 30 years. Well, this is still online. You know how funny that will be to one person. They'll be like, "Wow, that was crazy," and he did it wrong. That's so funny. I'm gonna be a tobogganist after this. Anyway, we were talking about Drummond. We were talking about that one. Let's go. Let's go outside, John. Yeah, let's go outside, but in a different way. Episode 4, Woe's Hollow. The Ortbo experience.
Hey, shit! Out fucking side!
The Ortbo.
Oh my god, I mean, I knew there was no actual ceiling, but this is fucking insane.
Yeah.
What does that stand for? Outdoor retreat, team building.
This is Mr. Milchick from work, and I'm thrilled to welcome you to your first ever outdoor retreat and team building.
Not exercise.
Team building.
It is. It's crazy. Oh, it's not in the Wikipedia article. You've let me down.
And I'm surprised I got the rest of it.
This Ortbo.
Outdoor retreat, team building, obstacle.
No.
It's something so dumb. I thought I didn't even write it down in that one.
The team I thought I knew would have processed more thoughtfully.
What does Ortbo stand by?
Outdoor retreat and team building.
Operation?
No.
I think that's right.
No.
That's pretty
Did you look it up?
That's right. No, I didn't.
Yeah.
I picked the word that started with O.
You know, we often laugh at what we don't understand.
But that episode is fantastic. I mean, the opening is great. Or because how does episode 3 end?
I don't know.
Yeah,
it ends with him like they start reintegrating him. They begin that process, and he's like, you get that crazy like quick cuts of him like in different outfits, waking up on the table,
right.
like
and then
whole,
you think,
like, where are you right now?
You're right, and then you think you're going to start the next episode with that,
and
then it drops in, and then all of it, we're back with Audi Mark. None of the indie stuff is happening. We're in this insane place as the Audis, so it's just this total subversion of what you were hoping for and expecting. Because now, Mark's integrating. We're finally going to get information and development on that arc.
Yeah.
Nope, we're gone. I mean, we do get a little bit then at the end when Mark and Helly are having sex. Well, when Mark and Helena are having sex in the cabin, in the tent.
And
he
it
has
was
that flash.
Yeah. I finally got it. I have 2 tangents real quick that are very funny about this. So one, Ortbo was outdoor retreat team building occurrence.
Outdoor retreat and team building occurrence.
Occurrence. Oh, that's worse than operation.
I knew you could do it.
I know, but I had ChatGPT open on like a small thing for like quick, like you're better than Wikipedia. And I asked it what was Ortbo and my already like Lumen thread one, so I thought it would connect it. And it starts with like the acronym shows up in Severance during one of the more cryptic and surreal moments of Lumen's world. Ortbo stands for one rule to be obeyed. And I was like, what? No, it doesn't. And so I got a hallucination from ChatGPT about Lumen, or Lumen's gotten to ChatGPT.
ChatGPT better than Wikipedia.
Yeah, no, it's not. It's not better. I thought it would be faster. You know, like just quick. I tell it, it looks through the internet and then it tells me the answer. It doesn't.
Nope.
So thumbs down, ChatGPT.
Boo.
Boo, boo, boo. Feel bad. You're bad. Anyway, but yeah. So outdoor retreat team building occurrence.
Happy fortunes, MDR.
The Ortbo. But yeah, it was wild because that was also my feeling of like, all right, episode 4, we're gonna be getting into some crazy stuff, the flashing back and forth, you know, getting like PD type stuff from season 1, and then we're just out in the middle of nowhere with Irv at first. Just starts with Irv waking up on the ice.
And totally alone too. So it's not like they all wake up together. They just wake up alone on an ice lake at the bottom of a cliff.
Yeah. So they just like, what I imagine is like Milchick's like, all right, you know, we're taking your outies, we're taking your iddies on an outdoor retreat. We're gonna go out into the woods. You got all these things. This is the tent, you know. But you know, just because the lumen, you know, the severing process is weird, we need y'all to spread out. So I'm just imagining that Irv is like, his outie's like, yeah, I think I'll walk out on the ice. That sounds cool.
That explains why Dylan was still up at the top of the cliff, because fuck that.
Yeah. They all just like went off, and Irv, I imagine he just like sort of got distracted and wandered down. Then he's like, this feels like a good spot. I mean, who knows? It does seem very sinister to put them out like that. I mean, obviously, we also know that Helly wasn't ever severed for any of these things. This is when we find that out, that big reveal. But yeah, and then another, like you mentioned it in the chat, one of my favorite moments, the TV on the side of the hill, just there. Just like just ready to push play, and knows that and Milchick knows they're gonna ask him about Dieter Egan, but like waits a little too long. Dieter,
I love the recurring bit of like Milchick having, like, my assumption is that Milchick's background is in some sort of like entertainment kind of thing. You know, he does.
Oh yeah,
he does the TV show slide bit for their Ortbo, and then he does that fucking.
He does the jazz experience in season 1.
The jazz experience. He's got the marching band that he dances with in the finale, and he does that weird, like, what is it called when you have a dummy? Ventriloquist. He does that weird ventriloquist thing with the Keir Egan puppet.
Dude, okay, no, that part, no. I don't know. Like, that wasn't ventriloquism.
No, it can't be. That puppet was conscious and was
but like with everything we learned in that episode, I'm like, that's where I'm right now is my brain sort of piecing more of it together. Because like spoilers, guesses, speculation. Jumped out. We're out of the. I just have to say it out loud right now to John, and then we have to talk about it. Do you think that the work that's mysterious and important is because, you know, we know that the numbers are now tempers, and they're trying to do this, and this is all Keir's big request, you know, thing to get rid of pain, to overcome the tempers, or whatever. I think part of what they're doing, and we saw an initial bit of that, is trying to recreate Keir in the computer. And then we saw Milchick potentially like interact with the beta version of Keir.
The legacy you've left behind is truly and irrefutably larger than life.
You mean my company?
No. I mean this wax statue that's 5 inches taller than you actually were.
Thank you for that feedback, Seth.
Because it like was reacting to him.
And you know? It the whole I see Keir in you thing could be a, like, what we're looking for is a body that has similar temperaments.
And that's the board. The board is just the Keir consciousness.
The board says hello.
Oh, yeah.
That they're creating.
That's why it only talks through Natalie.
To Natalie, yeah.
Fuck off, Natalie. Is the board even there?
Yes.
You cracked it wide open, Alex.
Okay, so the board is conveying pretty strongly that this knowledge should be a given for a person managing a severed floor.
All others are number 2 or lower.
The board is jubilant at your ascendance. It wants you to feel appreciated and asks if you do.
Now Ben Stiller and his other writer team have to do rewrites.
Yeah, they're gonna copyright strike the hell out of this one.
The board has concluded the call.
We gotta eradicate that one from the internet.
Look, that's why I love conversation. See, we're good at this, John. Anyway, we're talking about the outdoor retreat building.
yeah, we're talking. And then I went on a tangent about Milchick's entertainment prowess.
Yeah, that's right. And you brought up the mannequin.
Too.
Yeah, I know.
Apologize.
He's like, and
for
if you had written the first edition, it would have exploded from blow. And he's just like, it's a pleasure to receive your barbs. God, I need to rewatch the whole show with this in mind now.
Yeah,
it's obviously what the board is, right?
Yep, they're trying to live forever. The same thing every capitalist Crizzo ever wants.
Yes,
it's eternal life on Earth.
Yes. Wow. Wow. Yeah, there's just this quest for Kier to be it's crazy.
And if they can make Kier eternal, then they can make Jaime eternal too. He's getting close to it. Old fucking freak.
I threw a tin of candies.
God, you're fucking weird.
Yeah, he's crazy. But I do like his dumb little soft-spoken voice. God, I hate him. But I like that we see him lose it, that he is just a crazy rich person. You know. Anyway, we're jumping all around.
Take your eggs raw.
I wish you'd take them raw.
I wish you'd take them raw.
What a weirdo. My God. And then he tells Helly, the severed version of his daughter, he's like, I don't love my daughter. What a fucking freak.
God, you're fucking weird.
Well, as you know, she became an adult and changed based upon his upbringing, and suddenly she wasn't Egan. She wasn't Kier Egan again.
Yeah, she lost her rebellious spirit that the child version of her in there has, because he's a fucking monster. And so, yeah, of course, he mashed that out. Yeah. I love it. I love it so much. Anyway, outdoor retreat, team building occurrence.
Right.
And
yes. Oh, yeah. So they have the secret 4th book of Kier. Yeah. Kier's secret memoir of revelations too powerful to even be allowed on the severed floor.
Of his twin brother, Dieter Egan.
Masturbating in the woods.
Yeah. And I love that it gets explicitly called out as that too. It was explicitly that, and then you're like, he masturbated that got turned into a tree. That's ridiculous.
So it's crazy. They're walking through this park, right? This national park, the Dieter Egan National Park.
Yeah,
walking
with
through
with the world's tallest waterfall.
This is the tallest waterfall on the planet.
With the world's tallest waterfall. Yes, that's right. Oh, jeez. I forgot about that bit. Insane. They're reading the scripture they find in Scissor Cave. And so it's just this montage of them walking through nature, reading this book. And it's very biblical, flowery, old-timey kind of language.
Dieter became on that night an instrument of nature.
And nature played Dieter with elegance.
But it's more, each line is more and more explicit. Kier is watching his brother Dieter masturbate in the wilderness. And equating it metaphorically to Dieter being overtaken by the primitiveness of nature, and actually that's very bad and dirty, and so I had to leave because he turned into a tree, kind of thing.
And I had to ignore his death by going to this waterfall to drown out the noise.
Where I knew the waterfall would drown out my brother's cries.
You know, which, as Dylan points out, that's pretty smart. That's a smart move.
That's actually really smart.
I love Dylan so much. But it is, again, like, and then just to draw it back to like the Crizzo and the Mormon and all this stuff, like this weird, and also obviously very capitalism based, like this, you know, Kier being like industry good, you know, everything about it. You know, I wish I had some of the quotes off the dome of like, oh, I do. I have them over here. Let not weakness live in your veins. Cherish workers, drown it inside you. Rise up from deathbed and sally forth, more perfect for the struggle. You know, like this sort of like finding this like Protestant idea of like finding your value through like hard work and like take like warping the idea of sacrifice into you must sacrifice for the company, for like this, the company's greater good, the bottom line type shit. And then like the juxtaposition of like nature bad, work good. I mean, obviously they're trying to do that with the innies because they're like, you shouldn't want to be outside. If you masturbate, you'll get turned into a tree. You know, and like we sort of talked about offline, but like, you know, we mentioned earlier, like the first season being about childhood, this season very much being like adolescence, like they're forming crushes, they're forming relationships. You know, we had a little bit of that in season 1 with Irving and Bert. Obviously, like adorable, shipped them their innies forever. I loved it so much. But you know, we're getting more of that being explored, and then also we get the classic like 1980s Quaker. I don't know if it was Quakers. I apologize to the Oath people and the religion if y'all weren't the ones that were anti-masturbation. But like, you know, that kind of thing where, you know,
they're pretty much all anti-masturbation.
Kellogg, yeah. Kellogg cereal was invented to stop people from masturbating for some reason. You know, just this crazy obsession with this stuff. Yeah. Do not spill your lineage type thing. It's crazy. You know, Jane Egan is shooting his lineage all over the place, man. And he's, you know,
but
now
for
we're
a
writing
purpose.
books.
It's
I guess that's true.
yeah,
it is the production and commodification of childbirth the same way that we have over here. Yeah, it's only good if it's for like a monetary or like hierarchy defined purpose.
To serve the organizational structure.
Yeah. So I mean, again, just like there's so much going on in this show. There's so much going on. I absolutely love it. But it also was wild. And then, you know, after we have this, you know, Milchek meets him. We see a SEAL out there, you know, Irving's having a rough time. He's paranoid. We move on. Oh, and we also see like weird, like clones. Like, were they animatronic? Were they like, you know, the beta tests of some like the way they're going to recreate Kier, or
the thems that are like pointing the way through the park?
Yeah, the like spooky ghost, like weird ethereal thems. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I'm pretty sure those were animatronic, but it is possible. I mean, the Kier puppet mannequin thing at the end was also animatronic, but we also think was conscious, right? Some sort of entity being.
Yeah.
So maybe there were heli AIs in the heli mannequin and Mark AIs in the AI mannequin, but they only had the capacity to do this.
I just didn't like when I was watching it, because they also show up at the waterfall at the end. I didn't get the sense that they were mannequins. They were like CG weird.
I mean, could they not have like a different set of mannequins at the end point?
No, I meant like their visual look didn't, like, because we saw in the show they made all of those wax statues. You know what I mean? And we saw the mannequin, like the physical mannequin. The fact that they were like clearly like a CGI, like uncanny valley thing, and the way they kind of moved, I didn't get like animatronic mannequin. I got weird prototype clone scary thing. Yeah, exactly. But I mean, I could rewatch. I was just trying to draw that distinction that like the visual vibe I got from them was not one of a robot.
Yeah, throw it on the wall, Alex.
On the wall, baby. This wall is covered. Anyway, gross. But anyway, yeah. So we meet up with Milchek. We go to the tents. He's reading them the bedtime story. you know, and then
It was fucking
they-
weird that those marshmallows were in rectangular prisms, right?
yeah. I
With
mean,
Keir's
I've seen
face stamped on them.
I've seen rectangular marshmallows for the direct thing of like this is easier to make a s'more with, so I just kind of assumed that they did it, but they were also like huge, you know?
Yeah, they were really big.
So,
and he didn't say they were going to have s'mores. He just said they were going to roast marshmallows.
Yeah, who knows if they would have even eaten them?
They were. The whole point was to say we
Everything
have
about
them so that we can throw
yeah.
them on a fire.
Exactly. Yeah. All of the perks are so I love them.
Mhm.
They're ridiculous, but they're so good.
We go from a waffle party to family visitation center.
Yeah, and also pineapple bobbing.
Some sort of weird. There's some like
something with pineapples and fruits.
Was a pineapple involved?
But it's also like they want them to be healthy. They're trying to feed them only healthy food. You know what I mean? They're children. Like
So
all
Belle
of their
was like-
snacks are. Yeah. Did they offer you a pineapple?
Oh yeah,
bar?
edamame and peanuts and shit like that.
Yeah. Like on the inside, and then like the fruit basket stuff. They clearly got something going on with fruits.
Yeah, I was thinking maybe they've done some like subliminal programming. Like you see a pineapple and you think you like feel relieved or at ease or something.
Maybe
that way every one of their gift baskets has a pineapple in it, but it's not something that they would see all the time, so they might not like notice that every time they see a pineapple.
The fact that they associate like these things with perks makes like is them trying to do like the advertising thing of like, oh, now when I go talk to your Audi, I have these things, and that's like a subliminal. I like that. I like that as an idea. John's wall is also getting covered. Funny.
Funny.
But anyway, the things we were talking about were the marshmallows. And yeah, so we have, obviously we hear the story. Helly is like making fun of it with Mark and sort of egging them on. And then her and Irving get into a fight. And Irving, she's mean to him. He storms off into the woods to go have his own adventure. And Mark he's a teenager with a crush on a girl, and they're camping. So he goes into that tent, and then they start canoodling. He's making goo eyes at her, and then they share vessels. And Irving goes off into the woods and has a nightmare, which was crazy. We get to see the woe that we found out was a gaunt bride. It's also interesting and need to unpack, I think, but maybe we won't get there today. Who knows? We're just gonna keep rocking. Yeah, he's a crazy little dream.
A gaunt bride or a gaunt? Was it a gaunt child bride?
I remember gaunt bride.
A gaunt bride.
I don't remember. I remember being described as like smaller than a child or like small as a child. But I don't remember if they specifically said it was a child bride.
No, they said you're right. They said half the size of a normal woman is what they said.
Yeah.
Half the height of a natural woman.
A gaunt bride, half the size of a normal woman. But it might have been insinuation of child bride.
Yeah, potentially. I mean, especially that they're doing child labor all over the place, even before the Severance thing. And we got this long.
The whole goat department is brain perception fuckery. you don't remember that note? No. In season one, they find the room where the kids.
Yes.
Baby goats are called
that
kids.
Brain perception. Yes.
And so their severance program or whatever is designed so that they see those children being raised for whatever reason, and they see and hear them as goats. And so then Mammalians Nurturable is just the child caretaking wing of
this may still be true
sacrifice system.
Yeah, but they also sacrifice children to help steward people to Kier.
That's true. They do both. I guess they wouldn't need to make the goats. They wouldn't need to make the child sacrifices look like goats because they already do the child sacrifices via the winter whatever
Wintertide Fellowship. Well, I don't know if they're
Mhm.
sacrificing children with that because
Cobell
Cobell
was
also
in it.
got Wintertide Fellowship. I'm pretty sure.
sacrificing metaphorically.
Oh, right.
They're being
Yeah, they have-
sacrificed to the machine.
and
of
they
the
and they
system.
have to do they have to sacrifice something to mark the
Destroy
thing, too,
something
with
they love.
Destroy the game. Yeah.
The handbook requires that you mark this betterment with a material sacrifice.
Or they get a Jade Egan head statue that can hold things, like your plans.
Lumen
for how to make
loves carvings and etchings of people's faces.
Look at these beautiful statues of me.
Yeah.
Well,
It
you
does.
know what? I guess it makes sense if they think that the head is where the self exists.
Yeah.
Although I don't know if they ever specify where they think the soul exists in the body.
I mean, they do associate the four tempers with the mind.
I have identified 4 components, which I call tempers, from which are derived every human soul. I walked into the cave of my own mind, and there I tamed them.
A lot, you know, because I like to try to construct them. So there is like a connection, like a mind soul like thing there,
Which makes
But
sense.
now-
I mean, if it's
Yeah.
Chriso expansion, Christianity is very,
Yeah.
rationale based in our modern
Mm-hmm.
phase of existence.
Truly. But I was thinking, okay, so we're jumping around for those of you still keeping up and following along with John and I, and I appreciate
They're
you for being here. I do. But I did want to talk about real quick. So we know, well, we can get there. Maybe I'll make a note. I'll do this.
Preamble to set up a bit and then go, never mind. Where's that gif of?
Yeah, exactly. Anyway, but no, because we want to keep moving on.
Yep.
So then Irv goes, talks to the child bride, comes back, wakes up, nearly dies, finds Helena looking at the world's tallest waterfall, and is like, "You are sus. What is a night gardener?" Going after it. He realizes that it's not Helly. Helly was never cruel. This person is cruel. And so he goes and he starts to drown her. And we realize, oh no, it's been Helena the whole time. Crazy. She says Seth.
God damn it, stop doing!
That's how we all know. That's what gives it away. She calls Seth his name. That's Seth's code word to let her know that she means business too.
Yes! Do it, Seth!
Wild times. Let me tell you. But yeah, so then, and then after that, we un-Glasgow block Helena. Helly comes back. Mark's holding on to her, very, very in shock. And Milchick basically executes Irving's Any.
May Kier's mercy follow you into the eternal dark. Now.
And then also like Orwellian 1984 type shit, like just like wipes the record of him existing.
Your file, including any and all professional interactions and personal relations, will be purged and destroyed. It will be as if you, Irving B., never even existed nor drew a single breath upon this earth.
So much so that we see later that he's not even in the photos on their desks anymore back at Lumen. It's wild. John, what did you think of this whole sequence of events? And also, I'll let you know, he did call it in the Discord chat. He did call it. He second-guessed himself along the way, but he did call it. He thought maybe sometimes that Helly is unsevered at night and severed during the day. There were a few slip-ups or a few trips, but he did call it. He did call it at least once early on that it's just Helena. It was
I
Helena
thought they
all
were
along.
shutting her off and turning her back on because why the fuck would you want to hike through that national park? They just put Ellie in for the walk through the national park and then bring Helena back out when she wants to have sex with Mark. But then Helly would know and be like, "Oh, I just came back. Where was I?"
What? Yeah.
And then I was like, and then I thought maybe she has some way of like, Helena has some way of knowing and experiencing everything that Helly is experiencing somehow. I was like, oh, maybe she's integrated. What is it? Reintegrated?
Yeah, reintegrated.
So I thought, oh well, maybe Helena is already reintegrated somehow, and when she goes down onto the floor, they can turn her on. But that was all just me throwing shit at the wall, you know.
You know, later on, Mark does turn her on when she's on the floor.
Pew pew.
I think people are still watching. I think we're funny. I think this is good.
I think people are still watching.
Why did you? Oh, okay. All right. I guess I'll move on. Did you have anything else? Sorry about.
Anything else about that?
Irv's death.
Irv should have just drowned her, but that's fine.
Well, we like Helly. But we like.
I know. But every time, my response is always every time one of the innies is like, "Fuck this," I'm always like, "Yes, do it. Fuck it, burn it down." But then they never go all the way. But then they do go all the way. But then they don't go all the way.
Yeah,
I don't know.
I do love.
It's just cool.
Yeah, it is cool, and I did like that. They just reminded me, like, burn this place to the ground. I like that Irv said that in season 1, and then they used that audio in the Keanu Reeves video. It was so good.
That's right.
Let's burn this bitch to the ground.
Let's burn this place to the ground.
And then there's hair and the twirling. It's such a good show, man. It's such a good show.
Mm-hmm.
And then episode 5, A Trojan's Horse. We are back at Lumen. And everyone's honestly kind of fucked up based on what happened to Irv. Dylan, very upset that Irving was murdered. Helly, very upset to find out that she has it, Helena's been on the severed floor, that she's, had her one place sort of stolen from her by this person who's like much more powerful. It violated in more ways than one, as we'll go on and find out. And Mark is like mind just melted because like all of his plans, all of the seeking around he thought he was doing, they knew everything. Helena was there the whole time. So he's disheartened and distant from Helly. We have a funeral for Irv. Again, these glimpses of Milchek being nicer to them, whether that's a response to not wanting to be Cobell or if there is some felt sense of sympathy with the innies. It's really hard to know and navigate.
Or if he's
there.
Just trying some new business practice.
Yeah.
That it's like, it's possible Milchek just thinks a happy workforce is a more productive workforce.
Right. Yeah. That's true. But also, I mean, we have seen Milchek struggle. Oh, we kind of skipped over this. I don't remember which episode precisely. I believe it's like episode 2, I think we see, maybe 3. So. Milchek gets a recanonicalized version of the Kier paintings.
Please accept from the board these inclusively recanonicalized paintings intended to help you see yourself in Kier, our founder.
In which he is better able to see himself. Basically, he gets a bunch of paintings of Kier, of all the big paintings of Kier that are canonical, but now Kier's black, so that Milchek might see himself reflected in the founder.
Oh.
And it's weird. It's uncomfortable. He's uncomfortable. Natalie's uncomfortable. They're not allowed to talk about it.
Mm-hmm.
And
Natalie gets to mention that she also got the same collection of paintings.
The board wishes to express that I, Natalie, received the same gift upon receipt of my current position and found it extremely moving.
Here, the city, the 1860s, fucking Joseph Smith, who also said black people can't go to heaven until like the 70s type shit, is like now he's in her head saying like, does he like the paintings? Does Seth Milchek like the paintings? I could be black, maybe when I come back to the new body.
Well, really, the being black doesn't matter. My story would have been the same.
Yes,
you see,
no matter
that's what it is.
I was. That's yes, right. It's the spirit of industry within me.
That's right. I could have lived through the 1800s as a black person, and it would have worked.
Yes. My brother still would have turned into a tree for masturbating in the forest.
That's
and
right.
I would have tamed the tempers and met Imogen at the ether mill.
That's right. And then I would have gone on to be the CEO of the largest company in the United States.
Yes. And also, ether as the thing is, I was looking it up just because I was curious. It is like, there's a chemical compound ether that is for use to putting people to sleep. But then also, obviously, the definition that was more in my mind was like, things are in the ether, that sort of ethereal, metaphysical plane. So interesting. It deals with both. He's dealing with both forms of ether, you know.
And it allows them to do the whole
Crazy.
like coal mine kind of like child labor thing with the whole mid upper northeast coastal weird. And, like, it's a weird amalgamation of like coal mining factories and like fishing village and like just all that general industry that is dead.
Yeah.
You know,
Old
auto
company
factories.
Towns. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. It's a weird amalgamation of all of that.
But it does a good job sort of representing that, like that move from this version of the American like industrial center with manufacturing or whatever we were doing, you know, that provided some level of work for people to now the more corporate tech, and then like just the utter destruction that is left in the wake of that, you know, and then the different peoples and groups. I mean, we're jumping, that's like a few episodes ahead when we see that more viscerally, but like, you know, it is the destruction that brings upon like society and like cultures, you know, is rough. And I think well represented within this show.
And just another example of Lumen and industry not really giving a single shit about anybody.
Oh,
you know,
yeah.
they can say, I see Kier in you, come work for me, fire you. They can build up their entire industry on the backs of the child labor of your hometown and then bail.
Yeah. And have people in the town, because they took they decided to make it a religion, say that it was good. I mean, we have that too. You know, they're like, they built this town. This town wouldn't have existed without the factory. They have the right to destroy it.
Lumen destroyed this town. You owe them no loyalty. There was no town before the factory.
And it's like, do that? Is that, are we actually okay with that? Or are we just saying that out
Well,
loud,
you know, you owe God your existence. God made you, and thus you owe God your existence.
Shit. I was born so much after that motherfucker offed himself. I don't know what he's got to do with me, man. All right, well, we lost whatever Crito audience was still here.
Alex,
what
if they're trying to? No, I don't know. I lost it. Something about Kier coming back, but as the savior of the innies. Mark is Kier. They use Mark's body to house Kier's consciousness, but in putting Kier's consciousness in Mark, he becomes Jesus for the innies.
Ooh, baby.
And then gives his life to... So maybe it all is Christianity? I don't know.
Maybe. Again, I feel like, honestly, we need to learn more about the Church of Latter-day Saints.
That's probably true. It does...
It feels more closely connected to that.
Yeah, I hadn't thought of that.
For no reason other than just my own hunch. I know what I've learned about the Book of Mormon from Matt and Trey.
The Book of Mormon.
Yeah, exactly. And occasionally, randomly, I've seen some stuff on the interwebs, but I don't know. I was just thinking that the old Americana connection, the sort of new age stuff, the addition to a pre-existing structure, but it doesn't have any Islamic feel to it. It feels very American, and so the American version of Christianity and the updation and stuff makes me think Church of Latter-day Saints.
That makes sense.
Type shit. Yeah.
I had not been thinking of it as the Church of Latter-day Saints. I was just thinking of it as Christian. But
for sure. I started there, and then as I was thinking about it and able to watch it more than once because I watched it week to week and think about it more to be prepared for this conversation, I was struck by the idea of Mormons.
And it works with it being a religion coming up within a world in which Christianity is extant.
Yeah, and a religion coming up within capitalism as the dominant mode of the base structure that influences how these things are made and interacted with. It would be. I know very little about the Church of Latter-day Saints and Mormonism, but it was an update to a religion that was formed within the time of capitalism being the dominant mode of production. So, one influences the other, I am sure. But anyway, and then also Trojan's Horse, we get more of Rickon working on the book, the UUR for the innies. I didn't write down the clock one, his rewrite of it.
Your sovereign boss may own the clock that greets you from the wall, but you get to enjoy its ticking and thus should be happy.
But it's something like you get to enjoy its ticking. It's just like, hey man,
babe, it's the literal opposite of what you were saying before.
You got no agency, you got nothing, just do work. And
take solace in the tiny bit of pleasure that comes from the ticking of the clock.
I am just trying to speak their language.
I know, but this sounds like Lumen's language.
Well, it's a Trojan's horse.
Yeah, that is that your boss graced you with. You know what I mean? It completely flips the metaphor. And he has to grapple with this because Devin sees it and he's like, but babe.
And also
money.
This is a fiscal and creative opportunity unlike any I have yet seen.
And I'll be famous.
We don't really see a resolution to that bit because after that, then Devin goes on her crusade to help Mark. And
that's
so
in my
Rickon drops out.
Thing. Yeah. That's in the for the third hour of this podcast. When we talk about our predictions and the questions I have.
Whatever predictions we haven't already thrown at the wall.
Exactly. As we talk about this, my realization that they're trying to recreate Kier's consciousness and that's the board. So much is crazy. Such a recontextualization of the angst and the frustration of the paintings from Milchek. I'm so glad we talked about that after I threw that at the wall because it's man, that's crazy. That's just a crazy old white guy boss move of performative activism. I don't know. I'm not gonna hang these up anywhere, but hopefully it makes you feel good. I'm
you
not
can
gonna
keep them in your closet.
I'm not gonna do anything. Yeah, I'm not gonna do anything to change your material conditions or undo anything. I'm just hey, it's probably cool to look like me, right?
You are personally allowed when you're in private to imagine that I have the same skin tone as you.
Yeah. Although I wasn't sure if he could have hung them up around, and I didn't get the sense that he was forbidden from hanging them up.
No, he just didn't want to.
Yeah, he's these are deeply uncomfortable. Yeah, okay, yeah, that's what I was just making sure. It seemed implying that you could just look at them, but here, obviously being an AI that's being slowly built by all the macrodat refiners, the work is
mysterious and important.
Crazy.
Plus, Milchek's already got the perfect wall art anyway.
Yeah.
That little tiny iceberg floating above the water so that everything...
Yeah, I know. His art, we'll just jump into that because I've been wanting to talk about the art for so long, and then we can get back to whatever we're doing because the format is made up. Who cares? But like, so Cobell has got that like smokestack, like industry triptych. Shout out to Wit, cloud thing behind her. You know, like, and we see that kind of connects to her past, as we'll find out in a later episode. And then Milchick's got like a very small, like iceberg, or out there, which, you know, the iceberg metaphor. Obviously, there's more going on underneath, and like it's very like, and that's so much Milchick. You feel it, but you don't see any of it.
Mm-hmm. And Cobell is that like stark, big, imposing
industry,
kind of personality.
Yeah. Exactly.
It's so good.
But then, also, the other part that's crazy is like Cobell has that little miniature of like Kier's head on her desk.
Oh, that's
behind
Kier's
it.
head. That makes so much sense.
I'm sure it's Kier's head. Yeah.
I thought it was just some shrunken head.
Did you see what Milchick had?
No, what does he have?
He has a sculpture of the optical illusion of the rabbit and the duck.
Really?
Yeah. A thing that like is different depending on what angle you look at it from.
Dang. Milchick's awesome. I love Milchick, dude.
I know. But like there's all of these things throughout in the art. Yeah, Milchick. I love Milchick so much. I want a redemption arc for him, but he just keeps going back and forth. You know what I mean?
But you know what? He told Drummond to fuck off, so at least that's something.
Yeah, devour feculence.
Devour feculence.
Oh,
devour feculence.
I loved it so much. I was like,
it means eat shit, Mr. Drummond.
So good.
Yeah, and the crazy. I don't know if it's this episode, but when we're talking about Milchick, the where he's like, you must like remove any childish folly within you.
You must eradicate from your essence childish folly.
You must grow up.
You must grow up.
You must grow up.
Grow up. Grow.
Brutal.
It was God. Milchick, what a guy. I love him.
Yeah,
crazy.
He's wild, man.
I love him so much. But yeah. Man, but yeah, the art,
Tillman.
the little stuff.
I wanted to say his actor's name. Trying to find a shot of his office.
Dude, yeah, it's crazy. It's a little carved figurine of that rabbit duck illusion. I'm pretty sure. That's what it looks
I'm
like.
sure you're right. I just want to see it.
Yeah.
I didn't see it. Oh yeah, it is. Wow, that's awesome. And then over on this side, he's got a little head sculpture of Kier, probably because he got given it as a promotion present.
Yeah, probably at some point.
God, what great wall art for him.
Yeah, like all the wall art is so good. It's and like season 1, we obviously like see how it's used and changed, but then in season 2, the way they use it, because that's the other part where it's like this has to just be the Macrodat refining door elevator, because like the picture they come into is like a reimagining of their thing and Kier like blessing their uprising.
Mm-hmm.
It's just insane. And then obviously the crazy one at the end, which we can talk about later. I'm trying.
Pretty damn good, our O&D department.
Yeah, pretty fucking. Our art guy, our O&D department. I'll make that and I'll put it in post. I'll cut this. I'll leave this part in, but you'll see the GIF already, and then you'll see me talking about how in the future I will do it. Yeah. Oh, right. And we had, that was the other part, the thing I think I needed to get to this episode. So we have Irv telling Dylan at the end to hang in there. And then Dylan has his, a little sugar with his usual salt.
Thank you, Dylan G. A little sugar with your usual salt.
Eulogy for Irving at his funeral. And, but yeah, so, instead of telling him to suck his own fuck, he tells him, he says he was nice to him at the end, saying, hang in there. And then we see the wonderful, speaking of art, the new motivational posters, like Grit and Bared It.
Mm-hmm.
There's like a bunch of silly ones. You should look, they're all incredible. But the hang in there one is Dylan holding the overtime contingency open. And he tells that to him. And then Dylan goes and he sees the drawing of the elevator that Irv had been drawing. Then he saw his Audi drawing above. Oh yes, there is more. Why is Audi Irv having a subconscious memory of a doorway that any Irv hasn't seen?
Mm-hmm.
There's a lot more to do with Irv.
There's got to be multiple personalities inside of them that we just don't know about. Because we know that Gemma has like 25.
Yeah,
right
at this point,
and so we know multiple personalities.
Or I guess 26
can be in a
if
person.
we count Gemma. Yeah,
that's true, right? So it's possible that they all have, and they all have Glasgow contingencies and overtime contingencies. And in season 1, Dylan's flipping through the instruction booklet, and there's like 20 different contingency plans you can activate from that control panel. So there's all kinds of stuff that could be happening inside their heads.
Yeah,
they didn't read the entire instruction manual.
Oh yeah, and this is our first time getting to hang out with Helly all season. She's back. She learns that Miss Casey is Mark's Audi's wife, and everything's just kind of weird, kind of crazy. And we do get to see a bit of Irving on the outside. He's still making his phone call to someone who spoilers, never learn who that is.
Right. I wanted to let you know my innie got the message.
I want you to know my innie got the message.
That's what he says in his phone call. The first phone call where he goes out to that phone booth and the figure in the car that we later find out is Bert is watching him. He says, he said, "You're not answering. That makes sense. I just wanted to let you know that my innie got the message." And my assumption was that he was calling Bert to apologize.
Interesting.
But then Bert is there in the car watching him, which he then excuses away as being like, somebody shows up to my house screaming my name. I want to know who they are. But then at the end, we find
who they are. I got this weird thing about me.
Call it a quirk.
I cannot do a Christopher Walken.
I can barely do it. I just wanted to do it because he's so Christopher Walken as the Audi.
Call it a quirk.
I love it. It's incredible.
And I love Audi. Bert is like a goon.
I know where you live.
He's like a goon enforcer for Lumen. He doesn't hurt anybody. He just drives them somewhere without asking questions. And
You want to go for a drive with me? You want to go for a drive? Let's go for a drive.
Would you go for a ride with me?
Do you want to go for a drive with? Nope, that's not a Christopher Walken. Christopher Walken.
Go for a ride with me.
Amazing. But so Trojan's horse. We were talking about that. So yeah, I mean, obviously we get Helly getting the information, all of those fun things, and then is this when Milchek gets his performance review? Yep, he gets his first performance review. Uses too many big words. Bad at paper clips.
On several of your daily logs, the paperclip was installed back to front, which led to a confusion as to where in the document to begin reading.
Yes, he puts the paperclip on backwards.
Yes, making it confusing as to where to begin.
You know what's funny? So I thought that those first two critiques, right? I thought they were Miss Wong putting in little like suggestion box notes. And that's why Milchek was pissed at Miss Wong when
that's what I think. Like Milchek is supposed to believe, and we are supposed to believe,
right. But then it turns out at the end, at least the big words critique is from Drummond.
Yeah, or
Drummond is very personal about not liking that Milchek uses big words.
Needlessly complex word for a simple idea. Apologize for the word.
Yeah.
Which seems like something he wouldn't really give a shit about if some fellowship intern submitted it into a box. It seems
Right.
like he cares about it personally because he feels stupid when Milchick uses big words.
Yeah, I also got that, and like it just made me think of like the use of language in this show, and then to call it out in that way with Milchick, because like so many people like the mammalians nurturables, like we don't abide such fripperies here when talking about
Mhm.
you know what I mean. Cobell
Yeah.
has all of this crazy language. I mean, obviously, like there's a lot of quoting of the handbook, you know, render not my creation miniature. The work is
Mhm.
mysterious and important, you know. There's so much of that going on. And then it does kind of connect to, I mean, like, especially Drummond being, you know, somewhat higher ranking and also a white dude. You know, we've brought up the idea of race. And then, like, telling Milchick, like, quit using fancy language. Like, that's not in your realm. You know, it's like, there's just a lot going on. You know, all of the Lumen, or like Devin talks normal. Rickon has his own way about him, but it's Rickon. You know what I mean? It's
Remarkable. It's so astute.
Is it? That's what I was going for.
But like the rest of them and that, like the cult, like it's got that, I don't know, the language is just elevated, and how they use it throughout both seasons I found very interesting.
Mhm.
But it's so funny that that's like in this like glossy like handbook he gets of his performance evaluation, you know, too many big words. And I wish we could have seen the like word cloud. There's like a bit of text like below is a word cloud, and I was like,
Milchick's word
show me
cloud?
the word cloud.
Oh
baby.
my gosh, that'd be great.
It would have been incredible. But yeah, so then we have that going on. You know, Milchick's having to tighten the leash. He's having to get him back in line. The kindness reforms have not seemed to work.
Mhm.
And we also have Bert and Irv. Like, you know, we kind of talked about, like we had seen Bert keeping an eye on Irving, and then they finally like have a conversation. And, you know, Bert with his Bert charm disarms Irv by being like, you know, I got this weird thing about me. You know, when a guy comes and bangs on my door, you know, I want to know who he is. I want to know what's going on.
Call it a quirk.
You know, my Edie, he was in a relationship. I don't know why I'm getting more Bostonian, but he's like, you know, he sets up, he's like, you know, I was canned for having an unsanctioned romantic relationship, you know, and then you show up at my door, and he's like, that's what you think? I was like, well, that's what Fields thinks, you know. He's like, who's Fields? He's my husband. My husband, Fields. Come on.
Husband, Fields.
But yeah, so Irv gets invited to have dinner with Bert and his husband.
Mhm.
And then we have Mark sort of beginning to up his reintegration procedure is beginning to happen here at the end of this episode. Because they're getting ready to. This is when he has the flashback and he sees her again. Like he has a memory of seeing Miss Casey in a sort of weird, surreal way.
Mhm.
And then we have episode 6, Attila, where we have dinner at Fields and Bert's house. We also have Dylan letting Mark and Helly know about the exports hall, that he's got the map still. He found the map that Irv got, the scary elevator. And
we find out. Oh, we found out earlier that the elevator is the exports deliverable hallway that O&D is always replicating shit for.
Right. Yeah. They used to take it there themselves, but then after a while, it's like, I'm assuming we're supposed to assume about 2 years, maybe a bit less, maybe a bit more. Another person's been coming to get it now that they've, you know, set it up in the way that they have. So they don't want, you know, certain people bumping into each other on their way to and from the exports hall.
Mhm.
So yeah, we got that new guy. And and then we have Mark confessing to Helly that he shared vessels.
We shared vessels
with Helena.
Mhm.
And we have Dylan, who, you know, in the family visitation area we talked about a bit earlier, has been getting to meet his wife, getting to know Audie's wife. And, you know, he's smitten with her. He likes Gretchen. I like Gretchen. Gretchen's cool. They're funny. They're cute together. Especially like his experience seeing just like normal stuff being so cool. You know, like we live on a farm.
They're awesome.
They are.
And we live on a cattle ranch?
That's badass. You know, like, like just
he
all
gets
of
to
that
experience all of the stuff that Audi Dillon takes for granted because Audi Dillon is having to like work and deal with the pressure and the annoying aspects of it. We get to see Dillon see all of those things that he has out there and that he personally facilitates by doing all the work.
Yeah.
And he gets his response to it is to want more of it, to like what he sees, and that in Gretchen
and to like actually
makes
have
her
some of that
feel
seen and valued. Yeah, it's adorable, and I think this is the episode where we have one of my favorite Dillon lines, where he's like, "I just want to hear about my offspring and stare at your face."
I just like want to hear about all my offspring and stare at your face. Sorry, that was weird.
Yeah, that's a really good.
Sorry, was that weird?
Is that weird?
It's so good. I love Dillon so much.
He's awesome.
It's such a great character. The actor does such a good job. I love it. But then, yeah, the big stuff. This one is the dinner between Bert, Irving, and Fields, and we get to see who Fields is. I mean, it is a different actor that was at the end of season 1. I went back and confirmed because, again, I watched it week to week. I had the time to do this.
I just knew it was a different actor on site.
Because do you know who it is? Do you know who that is?
Who the new actor is? No.
Yeah.
Oh, yes. We could feed him a pile of loose corn.
That's Denethor, man. That's the Steward of Gondor.
Oh, jeez. Wow, he looks so different.
Yeah, man. Isn't that crazy?
Ooh,
John
that
Noble.
is crazy.
Sure, any ever saw in this Philistine is beyond me.
He was like, it was. I didn't pick it up at first either. I put it like that in his voice. I was like, that's motherfucking Denethor right there. God,
good ears, man. Good ears.
Pulling out all the stops, baby. We're going big for this show. We got the Steward of Gondor in here, married to Christopher Walken.
And he gets to play another insane person.
Yeah. And what I've been looking forward to the most of our conversation, unpacking why Bert got severed with you, John. What happened to your brain as that conversation went on?
It was so wild. It's like, and it's supposed to be, right? Obviously, you're thinking the reasons you have for the severed characters that we know for why they severed. Mark, wife died in a car accident or something, had to identify the burned body, became an alcoholic because he was depressed, couldn't do his job, severed. Dillon has kids and a wife and a mortgage and is trying to get his kids on medical. One of his kids probably has some kind of thing that he needs insurance for. That's why it's
like an ear thing. Yeah, there's a bunch of little nods of like these kids are, I see, more costly than just like normal having kids. Like there's other stuff going on.
Something
like
about insurance is really important. Every time Dillon asks about benefits, it's how am I going to see a doctor? How am I going to get insurance? Irving is doing some kind of as yet unrevealed investigation into Lumen. Like he was already investigating Bert's Audi as a goon.
Yeah.
So some things he's doing some deep cover shit. And then
in a crazy
Helly
way.
Obviously has the Helena Egan going among the peoples, completing Operation Cold Harbor
or whatever.
Have you ever heard the story of the Glaxschupen?
Yeah, whatever that word is that they use. And so you think, you see Bert's Audi has a house, but no kids. He's clearly living well. He's got a partner. You're like, oh, okay, what is this guy's deal? And then they reveal that Bert is a hound dog, both Audi and
Absolute
Eber.
hound dog. Yeah.
Absolute hound dog.
Absolute hound dog. I mean, he's
And then he goes,
charismatic as hell, man.
That's right. That's right. He's Christopher Walken's a charismatic man. Christopher Walken gets laid.
Yeah. Simultaneously, like, adorable and a little edgy. He's just like, got it.
A little scary sometimes.
Yeah.
And what? So then they reveal that they attend some sort of church. I want to say they say Protestant, but they might say something more specific denomination-wise.
We'd been attending the Lutheran church for some years.
That might be it. Anyway, they're in some sort of fucking Christian denomination church, and they say that the pastor gave a sermon in church in support of Severance, saying that if a person becomes severed, their innie becomes a separate but still contiguous part of their soul. And when the Audi body dies, both portions of their soul are released and
judged separately.
Right. So a part of Bert, the innocent part of Bert, would be judged innocent because he never did any sins and get to go to heaven to be with Fields. And the sinner part of Bert, the Audi, that is the part of him that he knows, goes to hell to suffer the consequences of all of the evil things that he's done as a Lumen goon.
Yeah.
And so there's this weird dichotomy of like the Christian church that they're in feeding into the Kier corporate Christian religious thing. We've got his own sense of like self-loathing at having been a goon for all this time and trying to get away from that. His partner's like obsession with his unfaithfulness, but also a desire to accept it by separating it between a break, like a wall. Oh, well, that was this Bert. I'll get to be with that Bert in heaven. It's like 8 layers of absolutely wild shit. And then I remember watching it and thinking like, wait a minute, this is 2 gay men. Like, according to the Christian church, that none of that rest of that shit matters, right? I was like, oh, what weird.
Yeah, well, I mean, not all of the Christian churches is against the gays anymore. They are progressive.
Since I was a kid and left.
Excuse me. So sorry. Oh, that was crazy. But yeah, no, absolutely wild conversation. And also the framing of each of them in the like darkened kitchen area or like at the dinner table, like Bert has like the fire behind him, so there's like a little bit of like hell imagery behind him as he's revealed more. Like this very first shot, he's like deep in shadow. You know, almost every shot of Irv also has Fields' glass of wine in the foreground, and he like keeps looking at it. You know, like it's like I just want to study that like whole thing. It's like so well put together. And then Fields is like has the most lightly lit, and he's sort of sitting in the position of like arbiter between them. You know, because Bert and Irving on either side having this sort of weird interchange discussion where like they're kind of flirting with each other, but like Fields is there and he's like off, but he's also like behind him is like books and art and other stuff, and it's like the most sort of like well lit and also like has more structure behind him. And then like behind Irving is just another like void. Like we know nothing about Irving's past. You know, it's just like the darkness, the empty space of their house. It's so well done. That's probably the scene I've watched the most out of this whole season. Like, just like went back and like watched it again. Yeah, just because like the editing choices, the shot choices, and it's also such a weird conversation, you know, and also the opportunity to watch Turturro, Walken, and John Noble, you know, like just like chew the scenery a bit, you know, and have this like weird sparring contest. He knows history.
Do you know history?
Yeah. He knows history.
He knows history.
Yeah. Well, he was glazing a ham, and then they also have corn. And he's like, yeah, he's just gonna eat corn.
Corn.
Also, like the pettiness of like the gays. You know, the gay culture was so fun. It was adorable.
What episode is that it happens in? 6?
Episode 6. Yeah, Attila.
Oh yeah, here's the dinner. I'm trying to find a shot of like the table because I was thinking, how
You don't
often
really
do we see?
the table?
Okay.
I think you see Irv eating a little bit, but it's mostly like them having drinks at the end.
It's wine glasses and close-ups and as I'm
Yeah.
skimming through it. I was thinking the other dinner that we watch, the one that I remember anyway,
non-food dinner,
the non-dinner dinner where we see the table with just the glasses of water.
And then you've got food, which is what?
Yes, what is
fuel? Calories. It's not the same thing.
But I mean, we see them like eat at Pip's, and he eats at the Chinese food restaurant. You know,
That's true. That's true. But dinners at home with guests are different.
yeah, they are for sure, for sure. God, I still love the fucking audacity to talk about how like the eating the food isn't the important part of the dinner. Like that is so goddamn aggravating, and of course some weird. I don't remember that guy's name. The guy that finds their baby.
Oh.
And, whatever his name is.
Patrick? That's not it.
It's Patton.
Yes, that is spot on, Pat.
Patton. I knew it was a P. Rickon says it like 4 times in that episode.
Yeah.
I love that they carry over that bit. So Patton in season 1, when the baby is missing, Patton is like, "I found your baby."
I found her. I found your child. I'm the one who found her.
He like picks up the baby and carries
After
it out.
Mark found the baby.
Have all these rooms been checked?
Right, exactly.
Mark found her. Yeah.
Mark is dealing with other shit. Gemma is alive, right? So
Yeah.
he's dealing with other stuff, and so he lets it go.
Well,
But
he's
then,
not even dealing with like he notices the pictures, but he
Right.
like opens the door, sees it, and then he comes in. And he's like, "I found her. I'm the one that found her." I hate that guy. I love him,
War porn, I know.
but I hate him so much. He's like, if I met a person like that in real life, I'd be like, "You are so dumb. You are so dumb to be
I love
saying the
that
things that you're
there's-
saying."
what
With such
does he
arrogance.
say? There's a little bit at the book reading or something. Some party, we get a flashback. God damn it. Now I got to look it up. Leave this in, Alex.
I'm leaving it in. Are you? Because what I love is like, because back then they would have called it the Great War. To call it
That's
World War One would have been a faux pas. He's like,
Perfect.
you're a man of
Yeah.
history. Yeah, and he's like, well, they wouldn't have called it World War One because World War II hadn't happened yet. And he's like, mad that he got like dunked on for saying something so stupid. They're like, oh yes,
That is a great bit.
I was reading, yeah. Oh God, I love it, but I also I deeply hate that guy.
There's a line when I forget what it is. There's a flashback to a party or something, and Mark S is out. Any Mark is out at the party.
Yeah.
And Patton says something to him that's like, he asks about Gemma or something. He asks a question that is stupid. Like it's insensitive and it kind of misses something, but it is Patton like expressing concern.
Mark, we were just discussing whether it might have been a wiser move for your sister to put off introducing the child until after tonight's event.
But Mark S doesn't know what's happening, and so Mark S just kind of glosses over it and leaves.
That's my sister with the baby?
Exactly. It's his sister.
Excuse me.
Sure.
And the other person with Patton scolds Patton for being like too offensive, too personal.
Oh, that was awkward.
And I just thought it was funny that in that instance, I remember thinking that I was like, oh, that's nice, Patton, to be considerate and ask.
Put off introducing the child until after tonight's event.
Leave this in, Alex.
I'm leaving it in.
Yeah.
I kind of have a vague memory of what you're talking about, but I don't remember what was said or when. I know it's in episode 9 of season 1. Like it's at the party. You'd have to skim through there.
Oh, that thing bit is also, I thought it was a flashback in season 2.
No, it's not a flashback. It just happens at that party. At that what during the craziness. But when you look that up, I'm also just wanted to talk. Speaking of the filmmaking, I love. So we have in this episode we have Mark telling Helly about what happened. We have a beautiful shot, and Britt Lauer does such a good job of like processing finding out that like her outie slept with Mark, you know, the complex feelings, all of that stuff. Like just watching her just sit there. But then also, and then so at the same time, Dylan is having another meeting with his wife, and he says the nice thing, and we have this crazy intercutting of both Mark and Helly remembering when they kissed, with the moment of Dylan kissing his wife, and just sort of like just this intercutting of like the weird romantic entanglements. Like Gretchen is now in a throuple with Dylan and his outie. Got there. Big ups to John. And then also, oh wow, Helena is in a Mark is in a Mark S is in a throuple in a way with Helene, which also
Helena clearly has some weird shit going on with Mark S.
Well, Helena sees Helly having love and affection from people that she's never experienced.
In case we don't come back.
And also seeing that in someone that she has been brought up and conditioned to think is like completely subhuman.
They're fucking animals.
Like it's just like it's a tool. This is I don't know if you've watched the newest season of Rick and Morty or one of them where they have their night person and they make them do all the work they don't want to do. You know, but like, you know, that same idea of just like taking like being able to fully exploit something else, you know, that thing being something that was designed or destined to be exploited, you know, as an idea. And her having to confront the fact that the thing that she thought was just there to be exploited has a richer and fuller life than she does, you know.
Even trapped as she is in an office.
Right, yeah. Or, you know, I was thinking of the Count of Monte Cristo, you know, where like the two friends, you know, he's like, the one that's rich is always jealous of the poor one because like the poor one is having fun even though he's poor, or in spite of his poorness. And he's like, why the hell are you enjoying your stick and string more than I'm enjoying having a horse, you know? And it's like that sort of like jealousy and dissatisfaction. So it is a very interesting thing. And I am unsure to this point what Helena feels for Mark, you know, is when she goes and meets him at the diner, which I think is in the same episode, if I remember right, when he goes and gets Chinese food. Yeah, it would have to be. Like, is she there on recon? Is she there because she's kind of interested to like flirt with Mark? She does get very flirty, you know.
Definitely flirts with him.
A good time.
You want to take me home to Dad already?
Yeah, I think it's finally time.
Okay. Sure, let's do it.
You'd be the first.
So no pressure.
Yeah, none whatsoever.
And then this will be important later. She like says Jimma's name wrong. She calls her Hannah.
And I know you've already been through so much with losing your wife and all. Hannah.
Instead of Jimma. And that pisses off Mark.
Jemma.
And gets him to leave and all of that. And then it's the same mistake Mark makes to himself, calling later in episode 10, calling Helly.
Yes.
Any name's Helene.
And I was like, God damn, dude, that's brutal.
That whole conversation was fucking insane.
I loved it so much.
I mean, I don't know if you want to talk about it now or if you want to wait till we get to that episode.
Well, I think we can build up to that one. I just wanted to point those little connections out while I was thinking about them.
Sure.
But yeah, so I mean, it is like Helena has some weird obsession with Mark as well. Like knowing how important Mark is to Cold Harbor as the CEO, but then also, like, why did she say the name wrong? Was she trying to get close to her own name to see? You know what I mean? Like, why wouldn't she know the name Jimma? Or does she not have the same access? Does she not know everything going on? Is she
may just not give a shit, you know?
Yeah, but you know what I mean? But it's just, it was an interesting slip up for me. That of course pays off in an interesting way later. You know, again, sort of like taking these people for granted from a certain point of view. But yeah,
well,
so it is.
The Audis all act like everything is for them. You know, that's like a through line of the season that I don't think we really mentioned when we were talking about themes, but like the examination of how much the innies are even when the Audis kind of sort of give a shit about them, the innies are still treated as lesser, and by default, Mark and the Audi plan is, let's use him to get what we want, my wife back, and then we'll kill the company that allows them to exist, and thus they will never exist anymore. And I'll be nice about it and allow him to kind of have a place in my head somewhere, right?
Yeah.
And Dylan's Audi is like, no, he's completely different from me. He can't have the thing that I have. Even though at the end he communicates a little bit in a way that is a bit more compassionate, but like even the decent Audis are just another level of the exploitation machine.
Right. Yeah. No, I mean it is well examined in this season, and like I think brought up well, like, even the people who like are trying to be nice still prioritize the Audi, the quote unquote real person, over the innie. Whereas like a lot of the show, like even the Christianity side, the conversation with Fields and Bert, it's about like how no, the innies are real full human beings
with souls.
And depending however this goes, it seems like there's going to be a world in which all of these people that have been created by this toxic, terrifying company will be wiped out of existence. And that, the show, at least from the innie's perspective, is murder, is death.
Yep.
So it's a good show, John. It's a good show. I highly recommend it.
Yep, me too.
All right. Moving on. Oh,
We're done?
and then, yes. No. Yeah, we're not done. We're getting there. We're getting close. I feel like we're doing good. I feel like this is a good episode. Yeah. We're doing good. So, but at the end of that episode, after the Chinese rendezvous with Helena and her messing it up, Mark runs home and decides to go full hog into reintegration. So we get more brain surgery. They flood the chip. They go crazy. And that, it's starting to work. Things are happening. Devin shows up and Ragabi's like, don't answer it. He's like, I got to. So he goes upstairs, opens the door, and then him and Devin are talking. He's trying to get rid of her. He's trying to just, politely, hey, fuck off, sis. I'm doing something different now. Leave me alone. And she's like, no, that's crazy. And then he has a seizure, collapses, and that's where we end that episode and go into one of probably, I think, the most visually interesting episodes, Chikai Bardo, the flashback of Gemma and Mark's how they met, them falling in love, the ups and downs, the heartbreaks, the whole thing, and at the same time getting to see where Gemma's at Lumen.
Mm-hmm.
And if you want to talk about that for a brief little bit, so I can blow my nose again, I will be back. I'll be listening, but I'll be off camera.
Well, see, this time you've given me a direct line upon which to speak, and so I will be able this time to speak upon it. And it will be good and insightful and in-depth, and you'll be glad that you took a break to blow your nose and that I filled all the time while you did that by talking on topic about the thing. Oh no, my camera's out of fuzzy. And now I'm back in focus. Okay, now I can talk about the thing, which was Gemma's existence at Lumen in the episode. Hang on. I'll get it. I'll find it. Because it's not Cold Harbor. All episodes. Season 2. Chikai Bardo. That's the episode that we're talking about. Damn, I was really hoping you'd come back by now. Anyway, Gemma is for some reason being used as a science experiment to see if she can experience the things that she disliked or that caused her pain and be brought out of her alternate personality that is forced to endure those experiences without feeling shitty or bad as herself, Gemma. This is not explained until the end, that what they're doing is they are forcing her to experience various emotions that they don't want her to remember. And as she's doing that, Mark is working on his computer to process numbers, and when he sees numbers that feel like the thing that she's experiencing, he packages them in a computer, allowing the consciousness of her husband, who knows her best, to best examine the digital readouts of her humors in order to balance her humors, whatever, in order to purify her of suffering. And their relationship, the reality of their relationship is that they met at college because Gemma was incredibly generous to Mark, and Mark's fucking white dude bullshit. And they liked each other, and then she got pregnant and didn't say anything because she wanted it to be a surprise, but then she miscarried, and that was traumatic. And in that traumatic experience, Mark realized finally what was happening and was like, okay, well, we'll just try for another one, because the white dude response is to be like, oh, well, we'll just do it again. That's all right. We're going to move past this trauma and just repeat the process. They do that multiple times. Do they do it multiple times?
I think they were like trying, and then after the miscarriage, they were getting like a medical diagnosis, and it was, like trying to, I guess, in my mind, like either artificially inseminate or something adjacent to that, like still try to have a biological child.
But it was not currently working.
Right. And then she also, through that, because we see on the clipboard the little Lumen insignia, it's a Lumen-owned clinic, gets signed up for this like mailing cult thing where we see the card called Chikai Bardo.
Chikai Bardo. I don't know. It looks like two guys fighting.
Which is, the card that Dylan found. And I think it was interesting that he's like, oh, you got to fight a coworker? Like, she's like, no, it's about ego death. See, they have the same haircut. They're the same person. They're two different shirts, and it's like this whole, again, these pairs, these different things,
Yeah, it's one of those things where you have to draw a duck or a rabbit or whatever.
Conquering the self, the kind of like borderline Scientology, like self-help things, where like self-help and religion are like interwoven and interlocked in such a weird amalgamation. But yeah, so I don't know, like we don't get an idea of how many times they tried, really. Yeah, but like,
just
we clearly go through
a
few years. Yeah, a few years of their life. Yeah, for her to end up pursuing what we don't know could have been another option to try and get pregnant. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. Well, like, it also, like, to me, it was like, Mark overcommits to the certainty of that they're going to succeed, and he buys a crib, even though he's terrible at putting shit together. They make a comment about that.
Who's putting it together, Mr. Handyman? You?
I happen to be quite handy.
No, you're not.
What? How dare you?
Handsy.
Handsy?
And then he's like, oh, well, I'll manage it. How hard can it be? And then we see towards the end of the montage, Gemma's like, hey, I'm going to go to a party. You want to come? And so, like, I felt like that was her trying to be like, okay, I'm going to try to anyway, stop worrying about this thing and try and get back to just like existing as a person who isn't swamped by this loss, right?
Right.
She's trying to bypass it, and he's at Mark at this point is all like internalized because that's what he is. And so he pushes away, he like separates himself even more from that. And then she goes to the thing. And I'm assuming that when she's on her way to whatever that party was that he didn't want to go to, she gets in a car accident that is used to pretend that she's dead.
Yeah. Yeah.
But
oh yeah, go ahead.
there's just a moment towards the end of it where she is crying on this, like out in a different room, because Mark is trying to put together the crib, sucking at it and getting angry at everything, not just the crib, but all of his pent up frustration. And then he expresses it by being angry and smashing the crib a bunch, so that she has to hear him be angry and destructive and feel that that anger is at her for not being able to have a baby. Which my thinking, my throwing it at the wall, is that she intentionally did sign up to get her like angst and suffering removed. Like my guess is somebody was like, hey, if you sign up for this super in-depth extra step advanced Lumen Severance program, we're going to try and remove all your angst and suffering about this traumatic thing that we know you're going through. And then when she agreed to that, she probably didn't read the fine
ego
print.
death. Yeah, it's possible. I like that. For me, I thought they had assembled the crib, and Mark was now taking it apart because they had decided to give up on this thing, or he had decided. You know, like he's like, you are trying so hard and it's not working. Like I don't know why you're putting yourself through so much for this. You know, like he's trying, like that. One of those conversations read to me like him trying to be supportive to the idea of like, it doesn't have to happen this way. And you are now reaching an area of like pseudoscience I don't think we need to go to. He's, you know, like I care about you this other way. And so they're both kind of being distant because I think they're just having trouble you know, it's like that they've been with someone for so long, you're having trouble like talking past all of like the preconceived ideas of what that person might say. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And so like he's trying to take apart the crib because it's like, this is no longer the goal and we don't need this visual reminder of the goal, but he's struggling with it. So he starts to just break it apart. And she's hearing that and like feeling both the guilt and he's like viscerally giving up on something that he clearly wanted. You know what I mean? I read it less as like an anger and frustration at her, but both of them just like, I don't have the words to talk about how I'm feeling about all of this. You know what I mean?
Right.
Like,
I just thought it was, I think I assumed it was him trying to build it because of that initial comment they made about him being like, he bought it and she cautioned him against trying to because it was difficult and he wasn't good at it. So then I assumed when we saw him working on it, he was trying to build it as like don't worry, we can do this.
For me, I thought we had jumped ahead probably months, years by this point. So it would have made sense that we had built it already. And also, I think I'm correct because later they ask her to disassemble it in the outfit that she was wearing when she left.
That's right.
So like as much of a like Barb as any could be, like deeply physically, emotionally, spiritually connected to like, is our chip blocking pain, blocking these deeply ingrained things? Was Mark's connection to his wife and the ability to recognize these and put them in little boxes and like define her tempers, you know, so that this consciousness wouldn't have access to it? Did he do a good enough job to where the chip will hold and she won't experience pain? Because that's the project. At least macro data refinement. You know, and
remove her most core central traumatic experience. Make her live it without feeling it.
Right, yeah. Can she relive the fact that she hates writing Christmas cards and write dozens of them without that? You know, then they have the questions. And then they have, and that's okay. So that's what makes me think about it. When the nurse lady, what?
I went and looked back. He's definitely taking it apart. And I did think he was probably doing it drunk, but I didn't remember him holding a glass. But under the lamp behind him is a glass, so he's definitely getting shit.
This is the beginning of his like drinking more. You know what I mean? Like we see that Devin and Rickon, you know, in that wonderful little scene with all of them, where they're joking about Rickon, this outdoorsiness, like how outdoorsy he, you know, him and Devin's like mountaineering trip. Like, you know, they're obviously, you know, they're drinking, they're having a good time. And we know for the past that like their dad was an alcoholic or something.
Sorry, Mark and my dad used to have whiskey as life
carved on flask.
True.
It was low-hanging fruit.
He did. He was a misdiagnosed alcoholic.
Like that's how I read all that. And also, again, like the filmmaking in this episode, Jessica Lee, I don't know how to pronounce that last name, but the director, she, did you disappear?
No, I just have to keep resetting my webcam.
Oh, you're good. I just heard. Oh, I heard the Discord ping, and that's what threw me off. I thought like it went at the same time as your
camera minimized. Yeah, I know.
Yeah. Yeah, sorry. A lot distracted me. And also Dylan's like, we can game until Whitney wants to watch Severance. And I'm like, just watch Severance, bro. Just go watch it. John and I are literally talking about it right now. Anyway, love you, Dylan and Whitney. Y'all are great. And Shane can't play. Oh, that gives me more time to edit.
What are you going to just say everybody's names that we know?
Yeah, why not? Just first
That's
names.
True. Brad.
Yeah, Brad.
Eric.
Love you, Brad. Eric. Love you, Eric.
Sam.
Yeah. We're up at that retention. Everyone gets a name drop 2.5 hours in.
I know Michael. Is that the name? That's not the name. What's the campaign reference? I know that guy. He had the guitars.
Oh, I don't remember. Dustin or something? Greg?
David?
Yeah, it's something. I don't know. I don't remember. I could pull it up on the thing.
I failed to
That's
make an
so
in
funny.
joke that then became a long-running bit that we're doing.
That makes it even better. It's staying in.
Leave it in.
But yeah. So yeah, just sorry to go back. I think I didn't overfinish the point. The filmmaking, it's very like indie movie. You got the the in and out of focus, the DSLR camera aesthetic, the like interesting time lapse shots. I just think it's all handled so well. And then the other thing, the nurse, when she's like doing some of the tests with Gemma, like post her going into the different, Allentown, whatever place, like she runs it through some like different medical tests, and one of them she's holding like 2 stones and there's like a meter rating, and that reminded me of like the Scientology like e-meter, like the Thetan things.
If you were caught in a mudslide, would you be more afraid of suffocating or drowning?
Drowning.
So that's where the other like Scientology connection came into my mind of like, again, like, is Keir Egan like a Joseph Smith and a L. Ron Hubbard type figure sort of crafting this thing, this trying to vanquish of pain in the world, and it, and like taming the tempers, and the 9 principles, all of this stuff, all of this weird lore and things. It feels like it just feels inspired by those areas, especially being in Hollywood. I imagine Scientology at least would be on the mind.
Sure.
But yeah, no, but again, I really love this episode and like all of that we get to learn about their past. Like I like them meeting at the blood drive, their little cute little flirty stuff. But it is, it is
a blood drive. I thought they were just sitting in a library and she approached him.
No, they're donating blood. They have like the whole like handshake. So funny.
That's what happens when you only watch it once, man.
Yeah, you should. Well, you should. I still believe watching something once means I haven't really watched it.
Yeah, but
yeah,
can't watch. I watched season 1 and then straight into season 2. I've spent basically the last 2 months watching Severance.
2 months?
Oh, last month, 2 months.
I was like, you have not spent 2 months on this. If anything, it's me.
I spent so much time on this, Alex. Way more time than you do. This is all really my doing.
Okay. All right.
Oh, she's Minerva from Hudson Hawk. I was trying to figure out where the nurse was from. She's Sandra Bernard.
It's like a dog's name.
Well, because
like Saint Bernard.
Saint Bernard. Alex, rude.
What? She was mean to Gemma in the show. I'm stop making fun of a different character. Or is that her
character is her actress name.
Oh, okay. Sandra Bernard?
Her character name was just Nurse.
Whatever.
Oh, there was that little bit for her. She so every time she opens a door, right, she has to put her hand in a little palm reader and get a little needle injected into it. And when she's opening the door to let Gemma into Cold Harbor, you see a close-up of her finger, and it's got like all kinds of little, like, it's so many pinpricks on the same finger that that just like never heals.
Oh, yeah.
I was just thinking about how like annoying it would be to go home every day and just have a point at the end of one of your fingers that hurts anytime it touches anything because it's been stabbed by a little blood draw needle 100 fucking times.
Oh yeah, no, they're like legit torturing that woman and also making her like, and so she tortures other people. You know what I mean? Like it's like
being
her little
complicit
tiny
in the
inconvenience.
abuse.
Yeah.
Yes, it's really interesting.
It is. It's a fascinating character, but it's crazy, and it brings us to Mark. At the end of that episode, wakes up. He's been in this like few coma state. Devin has been threatening to call Cobell, so Ragabi gets the hell out of there, and Mark wakes up a little, like, this was both a mix of him sort of seems like reliving him and Gemma's life with also Gemma remembering it while she is on a lower floor at Lumen, we learn. As you talked about, she's going to different rooms that are, we find out later, different severed personalities in each room. Again, testing whether or not making her do things she doesn't like, doing things that would cause pain would be enough to overcome the severance procedure, the chip. And so far, everything's been successful. And the doctor seems like a real piece of shit. I hate that guy too.
Yeah, he's got some weird psychosexual shit going on too.
You like her.
She's easy to like. She's fond of me too, of course.
Didn't she try and break your fingers?
Oh yeah.
You know, in the same way that Cobell wanting to have a throuple with the two Marks, in the same way that I bought that, I would buy if you were like, oh yeah, that guy has a room where he just does fucked up shit to Gemma, you know. He's got a fucking weird energy.
Yeah, I mean, they're like, at first I was like, are we just making like sex slaves for rich people? Is that the twist? You know what I mean? Like figuring out how we can do it.
Too,
like
that's direct.
Yeah. Well, yeah, but I was just like, oh, that's a weird, because that was like the energy that guy brought to the whole thing.
And like the dentist's office, it's very it reminded me of Little Shop of Horrors.
Yeah,
because Steve Martin plays the masochistic dentist, and so there's that whole energy of him being like a villain that likes to stab you in your mouth. You know, it's like lots of that kind of ominous torturer energy.
Nobody likes the dentist. I should have been an accountant like my mom wanted.
Yeah, and also then just like the realization that for each one of those severed personalities, as soon as they walk out the door, they're walking back in to their torture.
Can I take a break now? It's been 5 months.
Could I please get a break? Just for a little while.
But it's been 6 weeks.
Yeah. It's like, I was just here, you know, or like, it's Christmas. It's every day's Christmas here. And
it's always Christmas.
It's like, that's the funny thing about Christmas. Has a funny way of showing up each year.
Christmas has a funny way of coming back around each year.
And you're just like, oh, you are such a monster. And also the crazy, like, her being in a plane that's like crashing is one of them too. That was wild. That was so nuts. Like, but again, all of her fears, all of her things that cause woe or dread or malice. Maybe Frolic. I don't know. I don't know what's wrong with Frolic. Frolic seems fine. You got to tame them. Yeah, I guess. Yeah, that's true. You got to tame all of these in yourself.
You got to grow up, Alex.
You must.
Grow up.
Yeah, grow
up.
Grow.
Grow.
What a guy. What a great thing. Oh, and I don't remember if we touched on it, but during the dinner with Bert and his husband, Drummond goes into Irving's house and snoops through his stuff. We see the tattoo of Frolic on his hand. And I was like, ooh, scary guy. Scary guy's here. Big scary guy with like an almost like Anton Chigurh haircut. You know what I mean? Like a silly like haircut. Like it's a haircut that I feel like now in cinema is like, we have a guy who's intimidating. So we want to give him a haircut that makes him look less intimidating to make him look more intimidating. In a way.
I got like, I mean, I think you're probably right. I also got like, damn it. Let me look it up so I can get a picture of it. Drummond.
It's like a style of thing, but when they go to the fight scene, I was more reminded of Anton Chigurh.
Yes, he's got a little like Little Lord Fauntleroy kind of bang situation going on.
Yeah, it's all kind of like, whoop, whoop, whoop. You know, it's a very like he's still like he's a big imposing dude,
right?
But,
and he's got the beard of like a Viking type kind of like just a big full lumberjack beard. And I feel like that kind of facial hair is intimidating, but his head hair is not intimidating. So it's this weird.
Yeah. Optical illusions, man, doubles, you know, all these different images and stuff. The two beta fish. That's why John and I planned in advance to wear red and blue today. And I have a lighter blue underneath.
Technically, mine's more of a purple, but the lighting of my room makes it look.
You see, you planned for the color grade. You like it has to look blue in the color, So
I gotta wear dark purple.
It's like carpet in Lumen is actually a much brighter green, but when they grade it, it goes back to looking like that.
Right.
See, it was a reference to the filmmaking, John. I appreciate it.
You're welcome.
Game
I'm a
recognized.
genius. I put a lot of work into all of this.
I can tell. It shows. It shows. All right. So now, episode 8. John, we're nearly there. Then we got the back half of talking about everything else.
Well, like you said, in the third hour, we'll talk about our
all the other fun things. I can't wait for to laugh at my questions. We have Sweet Vitriol. Cobell goes home. We get to meet her Aunt Sissy. We get to meet her child labor friend. That maybe they had a little thing, you know, little Kieran Imogen.
Definitely.
At the ether mill.
They met at the ether plant.
I'm being facetious. It's a dramatic technique, John. You prepared for this.
I knew what you were doing, and I said it as a joke. That was all intentional.
You're a hostile guest. And I just let you sit in it too. I was like, I blew my nose, and then I heard you be like, and I was like, okay, I'm gonna go ahead and go get another a bit of allergy meds to hopefully help clear me up. And then you kept being like, ooh, I'm actually just stalling for Alex to come back. I was like, okay, I will use the restroom and get some more water. And I was like, I'll see how long John rides this dumb, obstinate train.
I got pretty far.
Hanging out, helping me out a little bit. But no. It was good, but I also was like, I'm not saving him from this. He can, and it's all going in the John Snyder cut.
Leaving it
in. Amazing. But anyway, Sweet Vitriol. We go to. Does the town have a name? I guess Lumen Company Town. Population is addicted to ether.
It does have a name. Salt something. She drives past the town. Fine. I'm gonna look it up. You keep going.
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead. No, I just didn't notice the name in this little blurb to help reorient like the minor details of what happened.
Should have asked ChatGPT.
No, it hallucinates everything about this. It got the principles wrong. It got so many things wrong. The only thing it didn't get wrong was the episode names. And I was like, I'm done asking you, ChatGPT. We're going to Wiki. Anyway.
Salt sack.
Salt sack?
Salt 'S neck. Salt's neck.
Salt's neck. Cool. But yeah, so we go to this town. Cobell is on, not the run necessarily, but like looking for something. She goes back.
People
she
are
needs
watching
help
for
with
her
her
car,
friend.
so.
Right. Well, I mean, yeah, like not on the run as in just running away. Like has a goal. You know, she's not just, she's trying to do something. There's something, John's already told you what it is, but maybe you've forgotten. And thank God we're still here. But yeah, so we meet Hampton, we meet her aunt. We hear, some of like we see some of the real world effects of Lumen when it abandons a town. The place is older, more frail. They're all huff and ether, so they, that they got addicted to when they were 8, so they could be child factory workers for Lumen. And then we meet her aunt Sissy, who I said, who is a zealot, like a fundamentalist, Kier, Christian, Mormon, Scientologist type person. She still lives by the 9 in this old house. Apparently was taking care of Cobell's mom, and then may or may not have killed Cobell's mom by taking the feeding tube out. It's left uncertain. Not a nice lady at all. It was an interesting episode. How did you feel about the process of humanization that we go through for a character like Cobell, John?
All human beings come from somewhere, and oftentimes shittiness comes from shittiness. So it's not like, humanized in the sense that we learn about who she is more authentically than we did in season 1 when we were only seeing the businesswoman part of her. Yeah. But not like, I'm not sympathetic towards Harmony Cobell. She goes on to have more interactions with Mark and Devin that are, the same sort of, it's not like she goes home and learns something about herself or where she came from that shifts her at all. She still is if anything, it makes her more angry at Lumen as a company. If anything, going back home has finally helped her process that she is fired because the company hates everyone.
Yeah.
In its search for using people, right? And we find out that she created the technology.
My designs! Circuit blueprint, base code, overtime contingency, Glasgow block, all of it!
Apparently as a child to sever. And that the Lumen company saw her designs, gave her a Wintertide fellowship, then told her, don't tell anybody you made this technology because Kier's knowledge is for everyone, so we're just going to say Lumen did it.
Right. We're going to say James Egan did it.
James Egan was the inventor. So I've heard.
Not just Lumen as a corporation. We're going to say James Egan invented Severance.
The Kier's progeny did it.
Yeah.
As a gift from Kier.
Right.
Which also makes me wonder, so Miss Wong, we learn, I don't know if it's this episode, but we learn that she is also a Wintertide fellowship.
She's trying to achieve Wintertide fellowship. That's what that's she is there to get Wintertide, like she will get it. That's what she gets when she leaves, I think, is what it's supposed to be.
Yeah.
I feel I should remind you. You cannot graduate from this fellowship until I have deemed you Wintertide material.
And so it's interesting, it makes me go, I wonder if Miss Wong is also some child genius that's inventing some new technology. Although, I also still have that theory that it's a child that Gemma had. Although that can't be true.
What? Yeah, I was like, when would this have happened? She's only been in there for 2 years.
She's 15 or something. So she couldn't be Gemma and Mark's kid.
Because of when I was born.
Why are you a child?
Because of when I was born.
Because of when I was born. It's such a good line.
Such a good line.
And she's unsevered. It's interesting. Her whole arc was really interesting, and I'm curious what they do with it. because now she's just going to the Wintertide Fellowship. Her internship ended early, and she was rewarded by the destruction of her childhood toy, and then being put on a bus to Stockholm or something.
Right. Yeah. That, you know, like your bed will be taken from your parents' house and meet you wherever. It was crazy.
Yes.
Your bed will be moved from your parents' home to the Gunnel Egan Empathy Center in Svalbard, where you will work to steward global reforms.
Crazy. But I mean, yeah, I mean, obviously this is still in the realm. Like Lumen is still using child labor in many different ways, you know. And not just like the old time of like having people like work, you know, in a vat, like all of that type of thing. But like now, like, you know, she used to be a crossing guard, probably for some like Lumen specific school, you know, and then was showed wiles and wit and humility and benevolence. And so then got tapped to work on, because I mean, how many human beings can be in this cult thing that also are like up there enough to be able to work on the severed floor? You know what I mean? Like, we still exist like in a world with like Christianity, you know, like normal people, like, you know,
You gotta
Fields
get
is a
your
fanatic.
administrative labor force from somewhere.
Right. So it's like, it's still that like cult, like upbringing type of thing. So, you know, she is within that to some degree or another, you know, and also still we see like, it seems like feels genuine remorse for not facilitating Dylan's time with his wife later.
I'm sorry, Dylan G. I should have facilitated better.
When that's going on. But yeah, so I mean, she's a very interesting character, and I definitely hope this is not the last we've seen of her. I hope she, you know, find out more about all of this world in season 3. But yeah, but it is, I mean, this whole episode, you know, getting to learn about the Wintertide Fellowship, you know, obviously the build up to the finding the designs, but then also sort of, I guess, in when I'm talking about like humanizing, sympathizing, it's like, just like, for me, I agree that like I have no reason to like think Cobell is a good person or like root for her necessarily, but just to see how, and you're right, shitty people come from shitty areas, but like her quick reversion back to basically a child when she goes to her mother's room and like breathes on the air pipe with her, you know what I mean? So that's why she had the air pipe. And the other thing, also probably, you know, a bunch of lung diseases in this area she may have even had as a kid, but just that, and then like Sissy being this fundamentalist, devout thing that you see tried to mold her into a like instrument of Kier, and her now rebelling against that, I think, you know, does humanize her in a way, and it lends some sympathy to her character, if not the level of like trust that, like, you know, I'm still Team Mark in the next episode where he's like basically telling her to go fuck it. Like, why are you still speaking in riddles if you're actually helping us? You know what I mean? It's like we don't see her go through a full character arc, but I feel like we see the beginnings of something, whether that goes well and she does try to help burn Lumen to the ground, or it's like a tragedy. I think we've I mean, one, Patricia Arquette, I think, does a great job in this episode. But then 2, I think we do like see more, like our view of Cobell is sufficiently complicated through this episode, I would say.
For sure. And, you know, it's like Milchick has that same thing of like, they are both villains and behave villainously, but we get to see what's happening, what has happened to them, and what is happening in their heads as they process what's going on, and kind of have to like decide how to act from those points, right? So it's that same like, you know, what I would like is for them to have redemption arcs where they become, you know, they realize that they've been facilitating a fucked up system the entire time, and then help the innies do something. But, you know, that's not the only way it could go, nor is it even necessarily the easiest way they could go. You know, it's much easier for Milchick and Cobell to both just be like, I'm just going to work my own personal shit now.
I'm done with this. I'm not joining the revolution. It's too much.
I'm just
too
not
much.
a friend of Lumen anymore.
Yeah. I don't condone Lumen, but I shan't fight it either. But yeah. And then we move on to episode 9. Cold Harbor is almost done. But Mark's not showing up to work. He's all fucking, his brain's broken. Son of a bitch. So Mark and Devin are, well, actually, at the very end, Cobell finally answers the phone to pick up Devin. So we find out that, yeah, they are connecting, and Mark is going to tell Cobell everything so that she can come help. So we have Mark and Devin headed to meet Cobell for the next part of the plan. The birthing, Devin wants to take Mark to the rich lady birthing cabin to see if they could speak to Mark's innie over there. Dylan and Gretchen, Dylan's innie, rather, our favorite Dylan. And Gretchen talk. She had told Dylan, which we had kind of already touched on, that she had been talking, so now she has to go break up with Innie Dylan, and he proposes to her in a lovely little moment.
Gretchen G.
Oh my God.
I love you. And I know I'm just an innie, but I love you all the way I do. Gretchen, I made this for you. I can give you a life, please.
I'm so sorry.
Gretchen. Gretchen!
I thoroughly enjoyed it. It was heartbreaking for both of these characters. The throuple is ended.
Before it even began.
I know. It's maybe next season 3 for throuple. Dylan is thinking he wants to quit. He wants to get out of there. Helly is trying to figure out where the export hall is, and also where's Mark? What's Mark doing? Why is Mark not here? And Milchek's like, that's personal. And then we get Drummond, as we talked about earlier, with Milchek like dressing him down, telling him to apologize for the use of a big word and like make it shorter. And then Milchek gets his up and he says, devour feculence. It means, or to put that monosyllabically, it means eat shit, which was rad as hell.
Mm-hmm.
Something along those lines. But yeah, and then also he tells him, he's like, what Audi does is not my problem. My domain is the severed floor. Like, this is your fucking deal, man. You deal with it. And we get, I think, a lovely moment, and it also blew my mind that the show, after all of this, all of these different themes and other stuff, for a brief moment, John, became about work-life balance. When Mark has to call Milchek on the phone and be like, I'm sick, the nosebleeds, I'm going. And he's like, well, you're a Lumen employee. You should be having Lumen care. Let me send a car. And he's like, I'm not really there, man. I just got shit going on. This is about life, right? This is about work-life balance. Like, I just needed a day. I just needed the day. Okay? Don't you get it, Mr. Milch? And then he's just had this interaction with Drummond, and he's also kind of like, I think, struck by that, like, this is the propaganda we preach. Like, how much of this is true? Like, how much am I supposed to sacrifice and like give a shit just for this job? Like, should there be more? And like, I loved, and I was blown away by like, wow, that was wild to like bring it back in that like this is in a way about work-life balance, and like, isn't it just work? Mr. Milchek, don't you understand? Like, I just needed a day, just like life shit's going on. I thought that was great. I thought that was absolutely wonderful. So then this is what I think we did, the stuff. Miss Wong is like wrapping up her deputy manager. She's going to Wintertide Fellowship. And Helly takes the map back to the back to her desk, essentially, to try to memorize the steps when, oh man, James Egan shows up, just walks into the room. Fucking crazy. Came down to the 7th floor, sees where the servants live, where they move about. Then obviously Cobell and them, they're all headed to the cabin at night, and we get to see any Mark in the outside world and are left on the cliffhanger of any Mark potentially going to talk to Cobell, to Devin, maybe even himself. Crazy. What did you think of this episode? All of the craziness.
The whole episode's crazy and good.
Classic John.
There's that bit where they're driving up to the birthing cabins, and Cobell has that little conversation with that other security guard, and they talk in code.
I'm looking for a gold symbol.
And the guard waves her in, which is implies that there's some other outside body organization thing. I don't know. There's every answer we get is met with 2 more implications that are
it's
you gotta talk about that next season. Which makes sense because the world is expanding from the basement floor of this basement to this town to the broader global stuff, Stockholm and Maine or wherever it is. So it's of course there's going to be more questions with every answer because we're building up from small to big, right? So it's every layer is a larger layer that has even more complexity that we need to get into.
Yeah. No, it is fascinating because that's I remember the feeling at the end of season 1 where I'm this show could go so many directions, but also I'm terrified of shows going on for too long and then, getting lost, pun intended.
What?
Did you like it? Was it good? I thought it was a good joke. That was funny. Yeah.
That's good. I like Lost though, but it was good.
It's famously a show that people, I haven't seen all the episodes, but they say it went on too long and sort of got convoluted and complicated for no reason. Mm-hmm. I could have said shows getting How I Met Your Mothered or whatever, but Lost was just a pun, so it was easier to do.
Yes, I got it.
Yeah. But anyway, but I I just remember having that worry, and then this season, ramping that up, but also in a way where I'm I do feel I don't know what the plan is. Other than what I figured out now in our conversation, I know what the plan is. But I didn't while watching it. I didn't know what the plan was. I was still confused what the board was. I was a child, I was naive. But yeah, no, because it reveals so much, but it also things are so confusing. Things are so complex, Like I said, we still have questions that are over here. We'll deal with them this hour. But there's but it's still it feels filled in at the same time as we expand and I think the show's handled it really well. So I'm still hopeful that season 3 will not wander off, and get too I hope we don't jump the shark. I hope they find a way to land this. And I guess
Stillers definitely said that they know where they're going.
I mean, people say that all the time about shows. They said that about Game of Thrones, and look at that fucking dumpster fire.
Well, they did at the time know where they were going, and they did get to where they knew they were going. It was just dog shit.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying. So it's people say that all the time.
Mm-hmm.
I reserve judgment, but I'm hopeful. I'm excited, as we should all be. Oh yeah, sorry, I skipped over this. And we have Irv and Bert. Bert shows up at Irving's apartment. He's got the dog sitting there, and he gets to full on Christopher Walken goon it up for a bit. He's we didn't have these terms when I was at Lumen. They're much more specific.
Lumen, goon. That stings.
We've never used the word goon before at Lumen. That was a terrible.
Much more specific.
Lumen is very specific language.
It's so good. He's like, I want to take a ride with me. You want to go? I don't know if I can do it either, but I'm having fun. You know, it's the essence of Christopher Walken, the fun of pretending you could be so charismatic and threatening at the same time. What a treasure.
Christopher Walken.
I don't know. It just does this. I felt Jeff Goldblum-y. Anyway, but yeah, so we go and Irv gets, you're like, oh no, is he going to kill Irv? What's going to happen? And then he goes and he just, you know, they have a brief, sweet little moment at a train station and he sends Irving off into the sunset on a train. At the same time as we're getting Dylan, we assume, again, some intercutting, all of this stuff, all of the sort of threads coming together, but still not woven in for like the final episode. We have Dylan going up the elevator after resigning, assuming, you know, committing suicide, it seems, in this way. But it's crazy. So what did you think, I guess, briefly about, Dylan's like end right there, and then the Bert and Irving of it all?
You know, Dylan's resignation is really well done. We see him check every box in the form.
Yeah, just all of it. Like, yeah.
And then his little interaction with Miss Wong and Milchick are both really good. You know, Milchick being like, this is very ungrateful. It reeks of insubordination.
I'm sure you know this is very disappointing and reeks of ingratitude.
And he just doesn't engage with it. It's very good. And the Bert and Irving stuff is really good too. I mean, Innie Irv and Audi Irv both share that with the same person, that the affection I feel for this person and the affection they feel for me is the only time I've ever felt that.
Yeah.
But it's with the Audi and the Innie version of the same person.
Right.
And then it's a throuple. And then there's also that bit of
they're all thruples. It's thruples all the way down.
Turns out you can't be with one person and not know all of them or experience all of them. I don't know. Maybe there's something there. But Bert explains that the reason why he became severed was because he liked the idea that he could be innocent again, even if this version of himself, the Audi Bert, didn't remember being innocent and decent.
Right.
And so then to have his act at the end of that episode be, hey, I'm driving you somewhere, which I explained to you is the thing that I did for Lumen, but I'm doing it against Lumen's wishes. I'm giving you a ticket out. Please go. They'll come after me for not doing the job, but I'm tired of, being that person. So he, in his pursuit of being innocent again, finds a way to be a better version of the person he is on the outside, which is interesting. Yeah. I'm curious where they end up going with that in season 3. And Irv can't leave, right? He's working some crazy deep cover investigation into Lumen. So it's not like he's going to be gone.
Right. There's got to be something. Like, I'll ride this train. Or maybe we just saw the train right away. I don't remember the full shot sequence we see of him, like, on the train or whatever. But, so, I mean, definitely, like, there's questions to be answered around Irv, And, again, like, we sort of touched on this, but I do like what the show is doing with this, like, again, the idea of identity, like how different are Innies from Audis. In some cases vary, in some cases not so much. And then also using the love and the connection to explore that idea, these different personalities, and like Irving and Dylan both being example, which, like, I mean, obviously Dylan has only met like Gretchen, and he like has this connection again, like through finding out he had children before. So it's like all of this sort of stuff that like has become deeply meaningful to Dylan, is now represented in this woman that, both he and this Audi share an attraction for. So I think most like potently seen through like Bert and Irving, which like Audi, any Bert, I believe, fell for Irving. He's a hound dog. I believe that was genuine. Audi Bert, I feel like we're led to believe was almost like a honeypot for Irving. Like he's inviting him to dinner so that Drummond can go snoop through and see what he's been up to, you know. And then they're gonna give Audi Bert the like orders to axe this guy, obviously, because he's his problem. But it is nice to see then at the end that there was some genuine affection from Bert towards Irving. You know, it wasn't all cynical, dark, bad, manipulative. You know what I mean?
Right. Unless we reveal in season 3 that it was actually sinister and dark and manipulative.
I suppose we could, but as far as I know right now, there was some goodness to it, and I enjoyed it a whole bunch. And I still, justice for Denethor in the books. Shout out McCoy. But Denethor in the movies sucked, so I would prefer Irving and Bert be together. Just kidding. But they're nice. They're sweet, and it's adorable to watch John Turturro and Christopher Walken flirt.
Yes, like, it's so interesting. It's such a great role for both of them. You get to be two different people basically, while examining the sameness of those people and the effects that the world has on them, and then you also get to have that like romantic love dynamic that you don't always get to do when you're an older talent. It's very nice to see.
It's so well done. I ate it up. It's so good. Oh man, there's a joke there. I drink your milkshake, but it's milkshake.
I drink your milkshake.
Yeah, I just wanted to reference that there's a potential joke for those that still watching. Feel free to take that run with it. Make it your own.
How he could have made that joke, and then
but take it and run with it. You can comment. Comment on like either mine or John's channel. Don't comment on this video. We don't need to up the engagement here. No, I'm kidding. Watch it, like it, share it, send it to your grandma. Help us figure out where Sam is. Comment where you think Sam is. Like and subscribe. All right, John, we're at the we're about to finish the first half of our stream. We're recapping. No, just teasing. Episode 10, Cold Harbor. Cold Harbor. First, what do you think? Like Cold Harbor, knowing everything it's connected to now, what do you think about it just as a phrase, as the sort of mystery bucket phrase for this season? Because to me, it evoked a lot of different ideas and images.
I thought of like safe harbor for harbor, right? It's like where you go to take port in a storm. And then cold, emotionless. And so the project is finding out how to be safe and secure through emotionlessness.
Interesting.
But
I like that.
Because then the room then that she goes into for Cold Harbor is the crib deconstruction room. And so it is trying to see if she is comfortable and secure, I guess, emotionally in that room doing
like
thing.
Forming a cold harbor. I also but also just like it being this like name that they put out beforehand as well. Because like harbor, holding ships, and like I think of like ship, like where ships are berthed, you know what I mean? I'm pretty sure that's the terminology. So I was also like in a connection to like an unfeel like a cold harbor being like an unused one, you know what I mean? And I was like, is this another layer of trying to fuck with Gemma about being unable to get pregnant, sort of layer?
Yeah, see if having her see the word Cold Harbor triggers something in her.
Yeah, like a more of this connect and making it hard, because it's like it feels like connected to that. Feels like connected to, you said, like again, like a place where like ships are safer in harbor, but then also we see like and like cold leaves me with like winter and like emotionlessness, but also somewhat like abandoned, is like connotated, and that reminds me of the salt whatever town, you know, and like it being a seaside, like the cold harbor up there, just sort of like, I don't know, it's just a very interesting, like we're primed to deal with this word because of how much it's brought up and how important Cold Harbor is going to be, how big completing Cold Harbor is. And like it's not necessarily just for me. It doesn't seem like the pinnacle is just, can we make this personality, but like, is this personality the one that is the point? And then and it seems like, to jump ahead, because this is the thing I wrote down earlier. No, I'll do it again. I'm gonna do 2 bits where I think about talking about something and then I say we'll get to it later. For those, you know, string them along. Yeah, exactly. But I gotta up the retention, John. I can't give away all my good ideas just yet.
That's right. We gotta save all the good
one
shit.
about the one that we're just making Kier remaking his brain for free. That was nuts. I just blurted that out. That
was like first hour and a half or some shit.
I know. Yeah, we were such children. We were such newborns in the world.
We gotta figure out what our last spoiler is, and then the title of the episode has to be "You'll Never Guess What Blah 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 Is," and then it's the very last thing we talk about because we stretched out the title drag for retention.
Yeah, for retention. There we go. Yeah. There you go, Sam. We're thinking about you, Sam. About you.
This is all
wherever
for you,
are.
Sam.
Yeah, all for you, buddy. We're in the club of film fans. Hey there, film heads. This is the show about things. But yeah, so we go back. Mark is having we come back to the cabin. Mark is talking to Devin and Cobell, Mark S. And, you know, trying to sort of figure out what's going on. And we get a wonderful little moment where Mark S is like, so what happens? Like, Devin's like, isn't that exciting? We're going to take down Lumen. And he's like, that means you're going to kill me. And Devin's like, your guy.
Well, if Lumen ends, then what happens to every innie on the severed floor?
Yeah.
I don't know what to say to that because she's like, yeah, like, yeah, I don't care about you really at all. I want my brother, you know, understandable, but at the same time, like, fucked up. You know?
I do like that she's just like, I don't have any like sweet talk to try and convince you that that's not what's happening. Like, sorry, dude. Sorry that you were made without your will, inside a body that has agency in places you don't.
Right. But like that's all of us. Like we all were made, you know what I mean?
Yeah,
like,
everybody dies. Sorry, bud.
And also nobody asked to be born. But I just be like, it is funny to me that she is like, I mean, obviously, why would she? She hasn't really dived into this. You know, she just thinks Loomis hurts people. She thinks the innie's being hurt. And so non-existence is probably preferable to agony, right? But I don't know.
Not according to Mark.
Is there comfort in the idea of you continuing to exist? Is death being an endless void actually more terrifying than something like hell? Potentially. Krizos, feel free to sound off in the comments if you're still here.
Write all of your arguments against why we're wrong about Krizos shit in the comments.
Yeah, address them to Sam. We only... Like, Sam communicates with us. We're not allowed to interact with the channel. That's in the stipulations. We make the content. We send it to him. He uploads it. He reads the comments, and then he lets us know what we talk about next. So you have to address each comment to Sam specifically. You can say it's about John L. or Alex M. That's fine. But they need to start with Dear Sam. So drop a Dear Sam in the comments if you've stayed here this long.
Send us a Dear Sam.
Yeah. We're creating so much lore, John. Anyway,
that happens in 3.5 hours.
I know. It's good. It's good. But yeah, so that obviously interesting point, foreshadowing of what is to come, you know, Mark wanting to assert like I exist. I want to exist to all of the others. And I guess we could just go with that. Like the conversation that Mark has with himself through a camcorder and being able to walk in and out of the doors to the patio on the roof was wild. starts off, I think, pretty nice. They're kind of getting to know each other.
Hey, well, I guess you know who I am. I think you've spoken with Devin and Miss Cobell.
Again, Audi Mark is a little presumptive of what any Mark's hopes, fears, desires are for.
But I am so sorry. You know, I created you as a prisoner and as an escape. Lumen told me you'd be happy, that innies are content, and because I took their word for it, you've been living a nightmare for 2 years.
You know, nightmare is the wrong word, actually.
Because we find ways to make it work, to feel whole.
But then, yeah, man, things go off the rails in a crazy way.
Yeah, it's a real, you know, I kept thinking they were going to do continue to increase the speed at which the conversation happens through a camcorder. One of them records what they want to say to the other, then steps through the door to the other section where they are not severed or are severed. They flip the camera around, watch the video that the other one just recorded, and then flip the camera back around and record a thing. And they kind of, the first couple times, they do some cuts that speed up the camera rotation thing, like the mechanics of how they converse. And I was expecting them to do a bit where they both like kind of stand on opposite sides of the doorway and just have a conversation with each other. And they didn't do that. They just stuck with the camera thing. And I think that really made it even better because it accented the break between each one of them. And then you get their juxtaposed behavior towards each other, the different stories they tell each other.
Yeah.
Mark realizing, oh, this guy is just bullshitting me the same way every other Audi has ever bullshit me.
And also, he's been primed, like that's like sort of his arc on the inside is, and through both seasons, is like that self-actualization that like I matter, I exist, you know, that's Helly's big thing, you know, that's that whole deal with Irving and his loss and Mark not dealing with it well and then having to come back to it, and like Dylan's grieving of it. So it's like not the way I would have imagined the scene to go beforehand as like a non-writer of fiction. You know what I mean? Yeah, like I probably would have been like, oh, yeah, you know, I want them to work together. They're gonna figure out a plan. They're gonna save Jimma. You know what I mean? Like that's like my naive, like, oh, I'm excited, I'm happy. You know, I think it's good. I like that about myself. But at the same time, I would not have seen this go off the rails as much as it did. You know, and I enjoyed it immensely. You know, for what it was. Especially just like Mark thinking like, hey, there's this cool thing called reintegration, and Eddie Mark being like, okay, so like you've had way more memories than me, so wouldn't this person be like just you, and like I'm there, I influence it, but like I don't exist anymore. I don't have agency. You know, you're not describing it as like we both cease to exist and make a new person. You're describing it as like, we just sort of link up and you remember what you did down here and I remember other stuff, but I don't have a say anymore. And he's like, that's not how it works, man. And he's like, okay, how does it work?
Okay, how does it work?
Flips the camera back on him and he's just like, what? That's unfair. Like, I'm not a scientist.
And that bit at the end, you know, they like the conclusion of their conversation is that Any Mark is like, hey, fuck you. Right?
Yeah.
And Audi Mark calls Devin and Cobell back in, and Cobell has, or Devin has that line where Audi Mark is like, he basically said reintegration was bullshit. And Devin is like, okay, but it is, right?
I mentioned reintegration. He basically called bullshit.
Well, he's not wrong, right?
Yeah,
Just
I know.
to clarify,
like, you're not doing that anymore, right? Like, you almost died. I'm not letting you do this.
And also, you don't know, like, it's reminding Mark that he doesn't really know how any of that's supposed to go. Like, he's extrapolating what it's going to be like based off of metaphors that a very vague, not doctor told him would happen. So everything he is telling Any Mark, even the stuff that is true, is still a
or
pitch.
like stuff that he believes could be possible is still stuck with that. Like, yeah, I mean, it is bullshit, right? Like, you almost died. You almost killed both of you.
Yeah.
It's crazy. And then so then Cobell, like, you know, we get through that crazy conversation, and Cobell's like, let me talk to him alone. And then she tells Innie Mark, which nobody tells Outie Mark, like what Jimma's actually going through.
Right.
And that the numbers have been his wife the whole time, that he is crafting her tempers by doing these things. And that, you know, he's done 25 files. He's created 25, or well, will have when he finishes Cold Harbor, created 25 separate personalities for Jimma that they essentially torture, you know. And it's wild to me. But I do love that he's like, tell him that if the next thing, you know, he's not getting his wife back, if I don't see the inside. And I love that we just hard cut. We don't deal with anything else. We just hard cut to his perspective out the door into the elevator. On the severed floor, to then an incredible art piece.
Yes. Before we get to that, there's one last thing about their conversation.
Oh yeah, go
that
ahead.
I like.
Go ahead. Yeah,
Like, there's a moment where they're being straight with each other towards the end of the conversation, and Outie Mark goes, "Okay, I'll be honest about my feelings and why we're here and all that kind of stuff." And he tells him, like, okay, look, Gemma's death fucked me up, and she's alive. And so I heard you met somebody. Imagine the feelings you feel for that person that you've met times 1,000, because this version of me has all those memories, and you want those, right?
You can imagine, like, what you and Helene have, but multiplied. Like thousands of days.
But he also, that's when he messes up Helly's name. He calls her Helene.
Innie name's Helene.
Mm-hmm. And then Innie Mark is like, hey, you know, that sounds great, but her name is Helly. And also, I don't want to forget about that person.
Yeah, he's like, that's who I'll lose if I help you. Yeah.
Right. And she's not, and he even says that thing about, like, even if we reintegrate and I get the thing you promised, Helena Egan isn't going to reintegrate into Helly R.
She's the person I'll lose if I do what you say, because you know
as well as I do that her Outie won't, like, reintegrate.
So even if I get to be an extant thing out there, I don't get to have the thing that makes that the idea of continuing to exist not shitty. Is my affection and intimacy with this other human being.
I also, you reminded me another line that I really loved in that conversation. Like when Innie Mark is talking to Devin, he's like, so you want all of us to die so you can save the one person that you happen to care about?
You want me to give my life?
No.
The lives of everyone down there?
No, it's not that simple.
Just to save one person you happen to care about.
I was like, oh God, dude, spitting bars. And like Devin is just kind of like, yeah, shut the fuck up, dude. Like, get with the program. I don't care about any of your shit. I want my brother back. I want his wife back. If all of you die, like, whatever. You know, y'all aren't real.
Exist in the basement of a company.
Yeah. It's wild. Like, just how quickly it's all flipped, you know, how poorly chosen their words are. You know, and how Mark S is just able to, like, be like, you guys are being just as bad as everyone else, you know. But yeah,
weird how all outies are the same.
Yeah, the oppressors.
Mm-hmm.
But
hang them all from elevators.
Whoa,
that did not work. Fucking.
But yeah, but then so we go through the elevator and we see the new painting. The Exalted Victory of Cold Harbor. I want to see the full
what it's
picture.
called.
Yeah. And it's like all of the Egans on the top. I like
yes, they're all standing there.
Yeah, with Helly in the middle.
There's the four humors behind them on the right side. The dancers from the waffle party.
Everyone's there. I need this.
Oh
bigger.
well, I
don't
guess the
want-
dancers were representative of the Tempers.
But yeah, you got the people from the other department. You got Rebecca and Patton and the other guys from the thing. You got Bert, you got Cobell, you got Petey, you got the other lady from O&D, you got Devin and Rickon, and then Helly R and Dylan and Irv. You got Miss Casey, you got Milchek, you got Grainer, who got Brainerd.
Shit.
You got the goat people, or like the main two. You got their weird doppelgangers there, and the guy with the big goat head. You got the humors. You got Natalie.
Is that their
Emma Swan,
doppelgangers?
and
Oh, it
Theremin.
is their
Yeah,
doppelgangers.
they're doppelgangers. And then you got the CEOs up at the top, all at the world's tallest waterfall.
Mark with a weird ass face.
I mean, it's like the painting ecstasy thing. Like, you know what I mean? Like he's enraptured.
Yes,
the whole
he
thing.
is. He is. Yes, he's finishing the work.
Yeah. Is he spilling his lineage onto the soil?
Yeah,
Is he about to be turned
probably.
into a tree? Yeah.
That's what the waterfall is.
Yeah.
He's receiving their lineage. Oh, damn. Gross.
Funny.
We're gonna
But yeah,
bring
man,
all
that
the Egans back.
that painting, it's crazy. It's so good.
It's an insane painting.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's like all the characters.
Oh, that's Pete.
Yeah, it's Pete. Mark W. Gwendolyn Y. I don't remember his name. The Brooms.
Nice.
Brooms guy.
In my first perpetuity wing, the Egans were brooms.
Brooms?
Each with a face made of a plate.
A plate?
We were very poor.
Did you guys have the CPR dummies?
Yeah.
What were those made of?
Brooms.
Brooms guy. Convinced he was doing a bit.
Yeah. They were brooms. We were very poor.
They had plates taped to them.
He's got a similar like crystalline head like Mark and Dylan have, but it's carved
But
out
it's
of
carved
wood.
out of wood.
Yeah. Carved out of brooms.
And then it just gets dropped in a desk drawer.
Into Dylan's desk. Yeah. He's just like boop. And they're like, "Brr, brr, 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 brr. We're gonna hack. We're gonna. Ooh, that's a good question. We can circle back. Yes. So we see the exalted whatever of Cold Harbor. And man, what a crazy picture. And also the lights are all weird, and Helly shows up immediately. And then we get a wonderful, like, them sort of walking through like an eerily lit lumen to get to the desk, and like they see the Kier manic or out of whatever the fucking Disney animatronic thing standing there, and it's got the letter on it that had like opens, and it's got like a foldable picture of like a waffle party type thing, I think. Is like the callback there. And it's like, you shall complete your 25th whatever, and Helly shall watch from her desk. She's just like in the thing. Like, this is all about Mark right now. This is just Mark. Mark's doing the whole thing. And they're both like whisper talking to each other about like the crazy things they've learned in the past 2 days. And then, you know, he's doing the thing with the numbers, and we see Gemma in her, like, Gemma, like, oh, because I guess also the floor that Gemma is on, we've learned, each room, it's a different severed personality, but she is Gemma on that floor. Like, she's unsevered.
Right, outside the rooms.
Yeah, outside the rooms. So we see, and then obviously on the severed floor, she's Miss Casey, but there's all these other personalities in there. But so she's getting ready, and again, we talked about a little bit earlier, she puts on the outfit that she's given the outfit to wear, that was the one that she was wearing the night she left. Whether or not we know at this point if she knew she was going to be kidnapped or if it was like a sneaky thing and then they kidnapped her. Don't really know. So she's like pissed about that, but going to the final room, going to Cold Harbor. But we're waiting for Mark to complete the file. Drummond and the doctor dude are like watching, they're getting there. They're making progress. They're moving up. The numbers are moving. Cold Harbor's completed. So they're sitting here in the room to begin the test. Drummond's like, call Mr. Egan. So Egan, he even rides an elevator to like a room that's just a monitor. That was weird. But rich people, also crazy. And then so Gemma goes into the room where she is told to disassemble the crib.
Take it apart.
Mark is being, he's getting a grand celebration for completing his 25th file. And it's a marching band, a merriment and choreography department.
I think that's right.
Yeah. Something like that. And it's honestly rad as hell. Milchek's, doing his dance again with the marching band. It's fun as hell.
He has been a marching instructor before.
I think that's where he spent these 2 hours a day watching Mammalians, O&D, other stuff. And then the other several hours while they're doing work, he's with merriment and choreography.
He's prepping the celebratory floor show.
Yeah, exactly. He's just with them, man. He's just getting after it. He's having a great time. And Helly causes a distraction. She distracts Milchek by taking his cool phone, throwing it in the toilet, so Mark can begin the rescue mission of Gemma. And man, is it crazy from here. He has the directions to the thing. Yeah.
You forgot something. Dylan comes back. As they're
right.
Yeah. They're like looking at the Kier mannequin.
Dylan has come back. Yes.
And Milchek meets him, takes him to a little room, gives him the note that his Audi wrote, and says, "You'll excuse me, I'm very busy." And then he sprints out the door. It's so funny.
As this is likely to encourage an embarrassing reaction, I'm gonna leave you. Yeah, and I'm duly swamped.
As it may yield an embarrassing emotional response in you, and as I'm duly swamped, I shall leave you to read it in solitude.
And he runs out of the room.
Yeah, departure. I was like, why are you running like that, Milchek? And then I was like, oh, he's trying to get to the macro data.
Yeah, he is booking it. I forgot. You're right. That is a wonderful bit. And we can talk about that for a little minute. The Audi Dylan's letter to any Dylan, I thought was great. We see how similar they are, but then also I love taking what was seen as coping a little bit for Dylan's any character. Oh, my Audi definitely does muscle shows.
My delts are embarrassingly good today. My Audi does muscle shows for sure.
If your Audi did muscle shows, you wouldn't have to work here.
You know what I mean? He's got this swagger about him, but we're left, I think, to be this undeserved. You know what I mean? Or he's you got to think about something that actually makes you remorseful. I imagine, my Audi.
All the women I've slept with. And I feel bad for them.
But I do pity their husbands.
What you got to do is trick the machine by thinking about something you're really sorry about. So I like to imagine my Audi's love made with a MILF or two, which is obviously badass, but I do pity the husbands.
Dylan.
I love him so much. But but then for him to be that self-assured badass and for that to at first bother Audi Dylan, but then he's kind of you know what, I'm glad you're there, honestly, and you can leave if you want to. I'll respect it, but I think you should stay. I think this is good. I thought it was really nice. I really liked getting the two Dylans. Their interaction, their video message conversation.
But and the notes. Cutting back to Audi Dylan writing it, like as Gretchen is leaving for work and the kids are kind of behind him, and he's like having to take the time to process and write down how he feels about this whole thing. This nice visual composition.
Gretchen is my wife and my beloved, and your actions with her were deeply fucking indecorous. Point 2. I get it. She's perfect.
Oh yeah, it was gorgeous, and I do love that he starts point 1. Fuck you. Gretchen is my life or my wife. I just love that whole thing, and he's like, but it does make sense. She's
Point
perfect.
2, I get it. She is perfect, and I love her, so it makes sense you'd love her too.
It makes sense you would love her too. It's really good. It was really good. A bit of sugar with his usual salt, one might say. I'm hilarious. Anyway. So we have all of that stuff happening, and Helly is doing the thing. Mark is running down the halls, and we have seen that Drummond has come across from the exports elevator and opened a secret set of doors to some sort of unknown chamber. And we also see, as Mark's running around, the lady from Mammalian Searchables bringing a little baby goat in a little basket to this same area. And we find out to be sacrificed to, does it have wit or something? What was one of them? And then wiles, and it's like the most of its flock.
Has it verve?
It does.
Wiles.
The most of its flock.
Because it needs to shepherd a important woman's soul to Kier. And John, this is what I kept almost bringing up. Then to say I would circle back to.
Okay.
So we'll circle back to it in a minute. No, I'm kidding. Was that good?
That was good. That was good.
Thank you. No, we're just gonna stick on this point. Then we'll deal with Mark going down the elevator and all that shit. But like, so now with this idea that Kier they're trying to recreate his mind, and with the goal of Lumen to rid the world of suffering. Are we like? Well, with that crazy. Well, right, like, but Kier, yeah. Right. I know. I'm just saying, like, these two things combined, right? And now we've had the perfect pair that we're aware of be able to do this, because a husband who's severed is now being able to like sculpt the brain, the tempers of his wife, who he knows really well, but through like feel, through subconscious feel, and like the scary numbers, all of those things. And so we also see in that episode the column of stuff of like data, so like connecting like the mental and the tempers to like actual numbers and data, and like moving through these things, and they're watching it, they're doing all of this stuff. So I was hit by the realization probably like 2.5 hours ago with the goats. Like, by shepherd this consciousness to Kier, are we literally saying that like we're going to send Gemma's mind into the Lumen Kier mind as like a way of injecting these ways of like having the tempers formed in such a way as to remove suffering and never age? Like, or is like, this goat's consciousness literally supposed to help guide some metaphysical thing to a spot within the guts of this looming building?
Maybe.
That's what I was thinking.
It could also be the goat takes on the soul of Gemma when they kill Gemma, and then takes Gemma's soul to where dead people go, and then they can then put Kier's soul in Gemma's body, or Mark's body, or whoever's body, right? So it could just be another layer of them being
but weird. I was like, we just got this. I have this idea of like Kier's mind is being slowly like recreated, you know. And I also had the question of like, what are the numbers Irving's working on? What do they relate to? What are the numbers Helly works on? Who do they relate to? What are the numbers Dylan's working on? Who do they relate to? Are all the other macrodat refiners other than Mark and Gemma working on crafting Kier's tempers, you know, building this new mind, this eternal mind? Or like, are there other like Mark Gemma pairs out there? Are they creating other people for that floor to torture, you know, and deal with? Yeah, it's possible. It's entirely possible. But this is like the most pure one they could do, you know, like, because also the doctor says you will see Kier and Kier will see you, and Mark will benefit from the world that you've ushered in. Like, meaning that they are trying to create some way of alleviating pain, you know, like cutting it off, like trying to create like an emotionless world, like fully tamed tempers, but obviously subservient to Lumen in a way. But then, yeah, so I was just thinking about this, like, okay, so we have the ritualistic sacrifice, of course, it's a cult, it's all these things, but also, is it somehow
functional?
More? Yeah, functional. Like there is some mechanism by which we sacrifice the goat, and it's supposed to help shepherd this metaphysical data into the Kier hive mind, for lack of a better
I mean, they
term.
put it in that weird little like
chamber, yeah.
thing. So
yeah,
we commit this animal to Kier in his eternal war against pain.
Maybe.
Yeah, and they got the Anton Chigurh gun.
Just
a bullet that fires a rod. Yeah, just fires a rod out. It's rad. It's crazy. But anyway, so all that's going on. Mark's running through the halls, you know, going deeper into this Lumen's subconscious, you might say, you know, the lower level of the basement where we're testing all these different personalities. And so he gets to the door, but he doesn't have a key, he doesn't have a way to get in. So he's like banging on it, and so he interrupts them sacrificing the goat. Drummond walks outside. Mark does a classic Mark thing. He's like, "Oh, wrong door," and, you know, and he grabs him and he just socks him in the face. I love that initial punch, man. It's so good. Then we get like a pretty cool little fight scene. Mark and Drummond just getting after it, throwing each other down. Mark is about to get killed, and then Gwendolyn, what the fuck? Christy. I don't know why my brain wants to say Stacy. That's not correct. I know it's not correct. But
Gwen Stacy from Spider-Man?
I guess that's probably
true.
But
her character name is Lorne. We could go with Lorne.
I didn't remember her character name. Lorne, thank you. Lorne steps out and saves Mark by holding the gun to Drummond's head. But then he knocks the gun out. We're tussling. We're scrapping. It's crazy. He is punching that woman in the face, but she's holding her own. Again, like you talked about before, you know, like using like her stature, you know, showing her prowess more than just like, oh, we're going to shoot from a low angle. We're going to just sort of like filmically accentuate how tall you are, but like letting her be shot like a normal person, but then also hold her own in this fight. It was really well done.
Drummond is also super tall. Drummond is a huge person.
He's a big, imposing figure.
So when we see the like medium shots of them down the hallway a little bit, it doesn't really look like she's that tall, but we know that she is also a large person. And so it's like the person they have her fighting also cuts back on that. We're just going to use this actress as this person because we need a large person, a large woman, you know?
Right.
It allows her to fill the same role kind of while letting her do it herself. You know what I mean? As opposed to using camera angles and like that kind of stuff to accentuate.
Right.
I really like, you know, we talked about that bit where she shows up with the kid, and I really like how much like work and feeling we got from Lorne regarding the goat, and like
she's done
this
like her
a bunch
asking
of times.
how many more, like how many more.
How many more must I give?
As many as the founder calls.
Implies
As
they've
many
done
as
a
the
lot,
creator
and Drummond is
calls.
like, we're going to keep doing it until the founder says we're done. You know, until it works, we're going to keep killing your favorite goats. And it's like, and also Drummond trying to get her to do it.
Yeah, making her do it. That was the part where I was like, yeah, fuck this guy. Like,
You know why? Because
you know.
when Lumen Kier, the sacrifice is the destruction of something you care about, not just not it being destroyed, but you destroying it. The goat,
yeah, it echoes
the
toy. Yeah, Milchek making Huang destroy her favorite toy, which in that moment for us, like, felt like Milchek maybe just being a dick because he didn't like her.
petty thing,
yes. Yeah, it's just like, yeah. But also, yeah, no, it's a part of it. Like, they have to destroy something they care about. And I guess in the same way, Mark S is facilitating the destruction of something that Mark Scout cares about, you know.
That's true.
That same sort of like this insipidous, insidious, like destroying the thing that you value. You have to do the sacrifice so you can attain like Kier's enlightenment or whatever. They're forcing people to grow up, but in a way that I think is bad.
You must grow up.
Yeah.
Yeah, they are. I mean, it's this, you know, you mentioned it briefly and we talked a little about it online, offline, whatever. But season 1 being more of like a childishness, like we are fresh consciousnesses in adult bodies, but we are treated like a child. What we know about the world is limited like a child. Our agency is like a child's agency is. And we are towards the end of season 1, we get like, you know, they have their first kiss and Irving and Bird, and like Dylan finds out that he has relationships and intimacy outside. And then season 2, I feel like season 2 ramped up how horny everybody was. I feel like everybody was trying to get laid. Even Ragabi, the rogue not doctor that does reintegration, there's that bit.
Yeah.
What is that? What is Mark says something?
She's like, you good on snacks? And she's like, for now.
You good on snacks?
For now.
And she holds up like this jar of vanilla frosting.
Yeah.
And does a little look and then walks away. And then when Mark comes down to say, let's do it.
Sorry for being a dick. Let's do it. Tonight.
She has vanilla frosting on the tip of a spoon and goes, okay, and then eats the vanilla frosting off the tip of the spoon. And I was like, that's an intentional thing. Somebody was like, yeah, hold up that jar of vanilla frosting that way and do that, you know?
Right. Yeah.
Even if it's just the actress going, this is an interesting thing. My character.
Like, I want to have this going on. Yeah. Like,
and I'm like, that's illusory to something.
Right. Yeah. Absolutely. No, I mean there was a lot of that, and I think intentionally so, because like, yeah, we talked about like this is much more, they're adolescents, you know, they're like they're having crushes, they're exploring those feelings, you know, they're rebelling more, they're pushing the boundaries more, you know, and like the way that Milchek provides perks in episode 1 is like in a way acknowledging that adolescence, you know what I mean? Like they're part of their thing is like freedom of movement a little bit more, you know, like they're still hemmed in, but
finger
like
locks, finger traps,
right? Yeah, it's not finger traps anymore. It's these other perks, you know. They're better, like more food.
You get to
you know,
see
just
your
like
wife.
Right? Yeah, like the level of perks moves from the childlike into the, you know, more. I feel like all of it sort of echoes that as an idea, especially for like our core area any experience.
And the scripture they get too, like when they're in the Memorial Park,
the fourth,
that's all horny in a way that none of the other scriptures were, you know.
Oh yeah, I mean that we know of.
Yeah, I mean, I guess
I
some
haven't
of the
I haven't
scripture
read
talks
the
about, like,
passages on when Kier met Imogen at the Ether Mill. I've only
That's
seen
true.
the paintings.
They are united
They are
through their
they are very
industriousness
stellar.
or something.
Exactly.
My handbook just says they were bonded by the spirit of industry.
Oh yeah. So then we have that fight. Mark gets the gun on. Well, Gwendolyn gets the gun back, and she's about to kill him. And Mark's like, "No, like I need him, and we don't need to do any more violence." So, this is tragic, but also I loved it. They're going down, and Eddie Mark is like, "Okay, we're about to get down there, and then you're gonna take my Audi."
In a second, I'm gonna change to my Audi, and then you are gonna take him
Like he transitions and he just kills in that process, like reacts and kills Drummond. And I was like, that is wild, accidental murder, but also that guy deserved it. And also Mark's been frustrating me, so it's fine that he gets to bear the guilt of that one.
And it solves the problem also of, like, any Mark starts going, okay, we're going to get down there. Audi me is going to come out. You're going to take him to wherever Gemma is. I'm going to keep this gun. And I was like, okay, you're going to stop that guy from attacking you during your transitional period.
Yeah,
he's going to
exactly.
fuck you up. And then it's just like, no, he's actually dead now. And you have the thing you needed from him, his blood.
Yeah,
you know?
his blood. Yeah, it was great, but I did like Eddie Mark trying to not kill him, and then it happening as a transition. Yeah, because that
and
guy,
it's so fast too, and it's in that cramped little hallway, and he's in the elevator, and so he's such a big dude, and so he's just like crashing around in the elevator, bleeding everywhere. You're like, oh
yeah. Reminded Die Hard with a Vengeance when Bruce Willis kills all those guys in the elevator, then sees Sam Jackson afterwards. He's like, "Don't worry, it's not my blood." A classic line from a classic film.
Classic.
But yeah, so then Mark goes down there. He's trying to figure it out. He recognizes Cold Harbor, so he goes. He gets his finger pricked. Oh, I also love the interaction with the nurse where he's like freaking out. He's got a gun that's no longer loaded, and he's like, open the door," and she's like, "Get out of here, fucko!
Open the door!
Step off, fucko!"
Like she's just such a catty woman. Yeah, and she's like, "You're a fucko. You're a weirdo." I was like, this is bizarre, but I love it.
Mm-hmm.
And she runs off to like try to get help because there's like 7 people that work in this building that aren't severed, and none of them are around ever.
Mm-hmm.
Then Mark goes and he figures it out. He uses the tie, he gets the thing, and then did you watch any of the after the credits stuff of them talking about the show?
Mm-mm.
Okay, cool. So I was just curious. So they're all pretty good. I think they're worth watching for those of you out there who are watching it on Apple TV. Yeah, fast forward the credits for sure. Whatever. But yeah, like all the behind the scenes stuff, it's like fun and interesting to hear them talk about. But Dan Erickson talks about how he really loved this sequence because we get 4 different Mark and Gemma meetings in quick succession. We have Mark seeing a severed version of his wife, and then like the conversation calming her down. There is like some level of instinctual trust of this person still, that Bert and Irv connection, that Dylan and Gretchen connection we've talked about. There's something there, then we get them in the hallway, and Mark and Gemma, the people who were in love, get to meet again. And see each other for the first time in forever, but we got to keep moving. So they get in the elevator, and then we get probably my favorite one of like Miss Casey and Mark S coming into being while kissing and like coming apart and being like,
Marcus?
Miss Casey.
What's taking place?
"Can you tell me what's transpiring?" or whatever Miss Casey says. And I love that so much. And then we run down the hallways. We go through the crazy hallways, and then we get with the red lights flashing, like all of the alarm sounds going on. The stuff's just going absolutely nuts. And then we get the tragic one, the final one. We get Gemma seeing Mark S.
Mark, come on! Come on, Mark! Come on, we have to go!
seeing his severed version of Mark that she doesn't even know exists, you know, when she goes through the door and he doesn't follow. And then we get just like crazy ending of, you know, like he's sitting there and he's like in this moment seeing Gemma on the outside. It's not Miss Casey anymore. It's now a person that he fully doesn't know, you know, and from his perspective, if he goes out that door, that might be ending his life. Like there's nothing else. And at that moment where he's like sort of stuck in between, you know, clearly Gemma is calling for what she thinks is her husband. Like, you got to come outside. You got to get out of there. You know, we got to leave. We got to go. And he's just there sort of like, again, like 3 years old, doesn't know. And then the girl that he has a crush on shows up and is there, calls his name. And I can't imagine what it must be like to be Gemma to watch this happen. But I completely get why Mark is like, I don't know if it's 10 minutes a day, a few seconds. Like, if I have any time left, I want to spend it with her. So we're going to run deep into the craziness of this jungle. Maybe they'll find the coil of doom from season 1. Then the ending, again, like they're running, you know, we get the song. I forgot you looked up the name of the song, but I don't remember the name right now. Oh, you're just gonna play it. You're bringing that bit back. It's a callback. I could literally cut it into the video. You don't have to play.
Yeah, all right, you do it then.
Okay, I will. But so this song,
like a carousel that's turning, running rings around the moon, like a clock whose hands are sweeping past
The Windmills of Your Mind by Noel Harrison.
Yeah, The Windmills of Your Mind starts playing as it's happening right now for the audience.
Yeah.
Not for John. John doesn't get to hear it. Because I could barely hear what was happening. And I just wanted to be able to talk as opposed to sit here for however long.
What? You don't want to just sit here for 4 minutes? I totally scream that song.
It's for Sam. But I do want to get to, like, again, the interesting aesthetics of, like, we got the red and white, you know, hallway, they're running, and then the interesting, like, again, I'm reminded of like 1960s, 1970s, like shows that freeze frame, you know, the hair, like just it's a little bit grainy, it's a little bit off. We zoom in slowly, and then the whole credits, like that line art style, like it's new, but it had that old sort of retro feel. And I just, you know, I don't know what they're harkening back to. I just was like, I got essence of that, like The Prisoner, you know, some of those older shows, like the 60s, 70s spy type shows that have that thing going on. And then there's also film grain in the credits. I don't know if it's just for fun, like it just hit, and that like that just hit, or what they might be referencing. But John, I talked about a lot there. What are your thoughts on all of those things that I talked about? This is for Sam.
I like it. You know, the thing with them running through the halls together is like I feel like really the show could end now. It'd be a bit of a melancholy kind of thing.
Yeah,
but if
there are questions, but like I would be like, damn, I wish I could have seen more, but I'm satisfied with what I saw.
Right. Mark S. freed Gemma from the grasp of Lumen. Whatever happens after that is up to everybody else. He turned back and went to be with the person he loves, Heliar, and they're just going to run through the corridors for as long as their existence continues to be. You know?
Yeah.
It's like, that's a good ending if they don't get greenlit for season 2.
It's
I mean, for season 3, yeah.
And it has been greenlit.
Okay, the last thing I read yesterday was that they had an active writer's room, but that the show had not been confirmed.
Oh, I thought I saw that they were confirmed. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I just misread the thing. But yeah, no, I am. Either way, I'm excited for season 3. But if this is how it ends, I also find it satisfying. It's not leftover season 3 levels of satisfying,
right?
But it's pretty good. It's pretty good.
And was there a second still frame earlier in the episode? Before that last one? Did it still frame on somebody else?
Nothing's coming to mind, but it could have. Okay, John's going to rewatch the whole episode.
I'm just going to skim through. Like, I feel like it's one of the, like, Dylan or Irving maybe gets a freeze frame. Not possible. These guys. Not that.
Look at him. Look at him go. Look at him.
Dylan doesn't because he's down here.
Yeah. Did Milchick get one with the band?
Fuck you, Mr. Milchick.
That would be hilarious if Milchick got. Oh my gosh. Freeze frame on Milchick. What really Milchick loves, what he really wants to do forever is to just be a marching band director.
Yeah, he just wants to do the showbiz and the pageantry. And he wants to kind of be nice. He wants to kind of be nice.
Fucking love that mannequin bit.
It would have burst.
Where he's talking to Q.
Yeah, dude, that. We could dive more into that. I talked about it earlier, but that's why I kind of skimmed over it on the recap of this episode to get to the meaty bits.
Damn, I don't think anybody did. I was thinking maybe Irv got a freeze frame. Maybe Irv got
that would have been the episode before.
Last episode.
Maybe.
Go back.
I feel like there was maybe a bit of a freeze framey thing in the Gemma episode. Chikai Bardo.
Oh, maybe there was. When would that have been? I don't know. I feel like I remember them doing a freeze frame and being like, oh, weird.
Well, it feels like if it's going to belong in any episode, it feels like it belongs in that one because that one had more of that element to it. You know?
The people all moving towards the...
Yeah, that's sort of like, I don't know. I'm reminded of like French cinema. And again, like in abstract ways, in ways that it's just like word associations. I can't nail anything specific, unfortunately. But it's just like, this is what it evokes in my mind. And so, wanted to talk about it in case anybody who stayed with us this whole time. Thank you for being here. Drop a Dear Sam in the comments. But with a little tip of the French hat emoji to let us know you've made it to this one. Engagement, Sam. That's how it's done. We got it. Don't worry, bosses. Don't worry.
I didn't find it. I probably just. You know what? I watched a fucking 1978 movie called Fist, in which a baby Sylvester Stallone plays a fictionalized version of Jimmy Hoffa.
His name was Johnny Kovac,
and I bet that ends in a freeze frame.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's like it goes back, like all of a sudden, out of what felt like nowhere. I mean, other than like the aesthetics, I guess, of the computers, it's like that retro futuristic, type thing. Mm-hmm. But like the modern world is our world. It's not necessarily, like old. So it's just interesting. This like film, this like clear film connection, like a throwback to like early Mission Impossible, like the show, like that era of filmmaking and movies, cinema of the 70s. I'm reminded of like potential like again, it's like it's I'm not picturing any specific movie, but like all of this stuff from this era, from this time, sort of thrown in a way that I found interesting and compelling. I guess could talk about it now. Like the hallway sequences reminding me of The Dreamers. That came out, I think, in like the 90s though, or the 2000s. But like is calling back. It's like talking about film culture in the 60s. Like they're obsessed with film, but then like the hallways in the apartment that he stays in with the French twins are very like narrow and like winding, similar to Lumen. And like it's like they're going deeper into like the subconscious in that, like representing all of these characters sort of like not necessarily regressing, but exploring different areas of like the subconscious, and like the sort of sexual connections and the psychosexual stuff going on. It's a wild movie. I recommend it, with theatric of like very horny, very sort of aggressive in your face at times. There's an it's one of the few films that got an NC-17 rating, or so do with that what you will, crazy heads out there. But yeah, like there's a lot of these sort of nods to other filmmakers, other film styles, you know, that I think are well portrayed throughout all of the seasons. But yeah, this one at the end, the way season 2 transitions from that to credits, I would be fascinated to know if it was like a direct call to something, or again, just sort of like a vibe of a style that seemed to fit, you know. Especially with the song. I don't remember when the song you said came out, but like all of it comes together to give me that like 1960s, 1970s feel.
Yeah.
Are you gonna play it again?
No, I was just gonna look if it's 1960s. It just says during the 1960s on this. I'm not looking at Wikipedia or using ChatGPT, so
that's good. I mean, I don't like what are you trying to figure out?
I was just looking up what year that song came out, but I don't care enough to really like move on.
Oh, okay. Fair enough. Gotcha. You're like, it just says 1960s, but I'm not using these things. And I was like, okay. Damn.
Well, with that one, I was making a joke to your past lookup attempts.
Oh yeah. No, you're good. I like understood it. It just felt weirdly aggressive.
It was a little aggressive.
Now you sit there and, you know, play with the numbers. The work is important and mysterious. All right. But yeah, so that's season 2, baby.
Season 2, baby.
Yeah.
Did we finish?
What do you think? Thumbs up, thumbs down? No, we're not done.
Thumbs up for sure. Thumbs up for sure.
Yeah, huge. Yeah, everyone watch it. Everyone check it out. No, the final thing is for fun. We are basically done. My big questions that I was like kept like referencing, they're mostly goofs. One, I already made the tip of the cap. What do we think the Coil of Doom is from season 1? You noticed that on the map, and I haven't stopped thinking about it.
It's I crazy. Really want to know what it is. It's behind the Remembrance Perpetuity Wing. It's behind the Perpetuity Wing. Yeah. So you have to go through Perpetuity to get to a winding corridor called the Hall of Doom, the Coil of Doom, on PD's map.
Yeah. I don't know. Hopefully we'll find out. I want to know. The other thing that I want to know about that is unanswered and unresolved. The UUR Indie Edition. Also, we need more Rickon. Also, what's going on with Rickon and Natalie? All of their interactions were Natalie obviously manipulating him, but very flirty.
It's fascinating, actually. You, please.
Devin saw it.
Yeah, she's trying to get
Rickon.
him.
Yeah, she's trying to get him be a part of that company man.
That's right.
I figured out what the board is. I no longer have that question. The board is just Kier's consciousness. Obviously, we figured it out. We cracked the case, John.
I knew you could do it.
Mm-hmm.
And then the main question, the driving question, the question that brought all of us here. What's Judd's life like?
Good night, Mr. Scott.
Good night, Judd.
Good morning, Mr. Scott.
Morning, Judd.
Good night, Mr. Scott.
Good night, Judd.
Good morning, Mr. Scott.
Morning, Judd.
What do you think? Like, where's the Judd episode?
I desperately want a whole episode just following Judd around in his life. Like, it would be so great. You'd see Judd in the morning. He'd come to work driving the same route that we see all the Audis take. He'd get in super early before anybody else, and then he would just sit at that desk, read a book, and drink coffee as everybody walks past him. And each person walking past him gets a different, like, hello, We kind of get that, actually, in episode 9. We get a bunch of quick flashes of them all entering and leaving. Mm-hmm. So we do get that a little bit. But I want to, watch Judd. Who checks on Judd? Nobody? He just sits there at that elevator and says good morning and good night and does a little metal detector. Seems like a chill job.
Maybe drumming. Yeah, it does seem like a chill job.
And he didn't even really seem to get in trouble when Helena Egan tried to kill herself and he was in the bathroom.
Is that what happens in that episode? Like that's like
in season 1 when she tries to hang herself and the doors open, he's not at the table even though he's supposed to be there because they staggered 15 minutes. He got up from the desk and went to the bathroom, and he comes back after the doors close and the elevator goes back up. And I was like, oh, you're going to get fired for that. But then Cobell wants to keep it off the books, so they probably don't reprimand him. Yeah. They probably don't even tell him it happened.
Yeah. Maybe he doesn't even know. But Judd the true hero. I mean, like, IMDb agrees with you. It was hilarious to me to, like, in the top cast on the main page, Judd is one of the people.
Really?
Yeah. Which I love. All of these other people. Yeah. Like, we have Adam Scott, Britt Lauer, Zachary Cherry, Jen Tulloch. I guess I'll tell you their character names, not their actor names, because that'll make it. You know, we got Mark Scout, Helena Egan, Dylan George, Devin Scout Hale, Gemma Scout, Harmony Cobell, Seth Melchek, Rick and Hale, Irving Bailiff, Burt Goodman, Keir Egan, Miss Wong, Doug Grainer, Natalie Klein, Felicia, the girl from O&D, Judd, Mr. Drummond, Athil Ragabi. Like that's the top. I know he's one of the main guys.
Maybe he's secretly the linchpin for the whole thing.
He's higher than Gretchen.
It's all about Judd.
Yeah, maybe Judd. Maybe Judd's the new Keir. Maybe Judd's the new Keir. I guess there's a few other things. I loved James Egan losing his mind. I loved James Egan telling Helly R, the innie, that like she has Keir in her. You know, like he's just we talked about, like he beat it out of his daughter, but because she didn't like fucking raw eggs.
Mm-hmm.
Well, also, what a crazy plate and a knife and fork and cutting it so many times to eat almost none of it, like almost none of the egg. Also, they live right behind Lumen. I don't remember if we talked about that.
I feel like that might even be like butt up against that national park they went to.
Oh yeah, I think I think everything's relatively close. I think the national park might be just a bit of ways, you know. In the sense that like the Audis are like, oh, you're just taking us to like out, you know what I mean? But I suspect everything's close because of like the Severance thing, yeah. But I also expect the severed floor extends beneath all of that. Like I think the elevator he took wasn't from Lumen building. I bet it was from his house.
Yes, for sure. You know? He can get down into those tunnels whenever he wants.
Oh yeah. The Kennedy sex tunnels. Or the J. Megan sex tunnels.
Beside others in the shadows.
Maybe. Yeah. I did have a whole period where my suspicion was that the entirety of the macro data refinement thing was just to get Mark into a position where people could have sex with Mark and have babies, because Mark was somehow super important. I was like, they've done a weird genetic lottery kind of thing going on.
Yeah.
This is fucking weird.
But I guess the other weird sort of somewhat unanswered questions is like, was it a happy coincidence that Mark decided to work at Lumen after his life fell apart after Gemma died? Was that just like luck of the cosmos? Or are we going to try to see some orchestrated thing by them to get them both at Lumen?
Well,
Gemma's
death was fake, right? So we know that the whole thing that he witnessed, identifying the body and the car crash and all that stuff, we know all of that was fabricated, right?
Right. Well, was that just to get a body to do tests on?
Well, I think that they probably needed a body to do tests on. Gemma either volunteered or was chosen.
Mm-hmm.
And then after she was selected, they were like, okay, we got it. Like, oh, you're asking, was it an intentional, like, because they could have made the faked death intentionally fucked to hurt Mark, right? to make him more alcoholic and drive into
currently it stretches believability that they orchestrated Mark deciding to get a Lumen job. You know what I mean?
Why?
I don't know. Because
they've got like flyers and shit. They've got ad campaigns.
Right?
They've got
Yeah.
police. Like
I'm saying, it's a high probability. I'm just saying when they took Gemma, do we think they were trying to get both of them, or when they got both of them, they became important in the trying to create this Cold Harbor effect? You know what I mean? Like how long? Like how long was Gemma just at Lumen before Mark ever got hired on? You know what I mean?
Right.
Was there already a Miss Casey? Was there a Miss Casey prior to Mark working on the files?
Well, we know they've done this before because they've sacrificed a lot of goats.
Right.
So there must have been other attempts and other people.
Right.
Maybe choosing a wife and husband pairing was their next experiment level. And so they intentionally chose to orchestrate and manipulate both of them.
Right, but that seems to go too far. I feel like they seized an opportunity. I've convinced myself of the serendipity.
You think that them finding a married couple that were having relational trauma and targeting them in a way to drive them both to enter the program is too big a conspiracy? But you also think that their end goal is to bring back Keir Egan in a sort of AI consciousness that they're going to put inside an empty vessel?
Yeah.
Okay.
These things don't come for me.
All right.
But how does that not make sense?
Well, I mean, it's I understand. Okay, I understand what you're saying.
Yeah.
Obviously, you can think that. I just don't know why one of them is far-fetched and the other one is the reality of what's happening. You know what I mean?
Well, one of them they've put work into this project being mysterious and important. What I'm trying to do is I don't want Mark to be elevated to like Harry Potter Chosen One status. I'm trying to look at it as like, oh, we found, you know what I mean? Because like as soon as you have this Chosen One, you got all these other problems, you got all these other things, it's like, okay, so were they grooming all these people? Did they construct, in like a Rick and Morty type situation, Gemma and Mark meeting because they knew that they could do all these things. They knew they could put whatever into her blood when she donated blood to cause her a miscarriage, so they could move it this way, so they could move this chest piece, so they could get Rickon involved. You know what I mean? Like that just seems like so much for these overlords to give a shit about normal people, as opposed to,
I did not realize you included them meeting and the development of their entire relationship.
Well, no, as soon as you got one, you could start dotting the rest of the way. You know what I mean?
Sure, but you could also say that Lumen ran a budget-friendly fertility clinic because they wanted to find partner pair bondings because they thought, okay, it hasn't worked these other times we've done it. Let's look for distressed partners, and we'll see if that facilitates our process of doing this. I think
that part is true. But I guess I don't have a problem there. What I currently don't think we have enough evidence for is to make an assessment. And I like that. Did they? Why did Mark joining Lumen seem like a response like a grieving person just took that is somewhat serendipitous to now what became the plan a few years later of Operation Cold Harbor.
Mm-hmm. I mean, so
we'll see.
My guess for the intentionality timeline is that Gemma and Mark met externally doing their own day-to-day life shit.
Right. Donating blood.
Right. they experienced all of the stuff that they experienced together. They had all of their trauma, emotional and physical. Lumen was running their various clinics and shit, got data on this couple, and they thought, okay, this will work. We'll get the wife. We'll fake a traumatic death to further traumatize the husband, and then we will bombard that man with, flyers and commercials and like billboards outside of his house, and we'll have people walk up and be like, "Oh, I severed. I feel great.
I hear severed people have their own souls at my church."
Exactly.
Yeah, I got it.
And
I'm
then
back on.
They maybe like hard focused on him to get him after having created the traumatic death experience that really fucked him up.
Gotcha. Yeah, okay. I'm tracking again. So you agree with me? Serendipitous. Thank you.
I don't think that Mark is some genetically pure body that the Egans needed.
Yeah. I was trying to do a Sam bit where like I had moved to agree with you, but then said in turn you actually agree with me.
Okay.
Yeah. I feel like now that we're in the end game, the post game, this is still all part of it, obviously. Sam, if you're still watching, leave a leave a dear Sam for yourself in the comments. Tell us what we need to review next. I feel like I had more bits that I was gonna do. I couldn't. Oh, I was gonna. The one of them. You can tell me if you want me to leave this in or not. But I was gonna do like ooh man, did you see that pencil skirt? Man, try to do a Sam. A Sam noticing.
Yeah, I mean that would have been
women of the show.
That would have been. We could have done that. I did. My
talk about work-life balance. Oh,
my gut response
trying to do
when
this
Mark
space
worked
a lot.
into the new team was, damn, maybe looking good.
Yeah, there you go.
We could have put that in there. That'll be our Sam.
There you go. Yeah, our tips of the Sam cap for all you Carico heads out there.
Women be attractive.
Yeah, women be attractive.
Want to hear about all my offspring and stare at your face?
I hope Sam makes it this far into the show, or it just becomes dunking on Sam. Love you, Sam.
Also, there definitely would have been a joke about how Miss Casey got cucked.
Oh yeah, and the thruple jokes would have been way more about cucking.
Oh yeah, for sure.
I think the question that Severance asks us, John, is can you cuck yourself? And the answer, it turns out, is yes.
Yes, you can.
Dylan was cucked by his own knee. And he lashed out. I would have quit. I would have murdered his ass. I would never come back. If I was cucked by my knee, I would have been like,
you
don't
cannot allow
the ultimate cucking. Yeah. The ultimate cucking. But yeah, I don't know. I feel like we did that in a pretty good brief kip. I feel like that was quick.
Yeah.
Talked about 9 hours of television
in 4.5.
Yeah.
It's better than EFAP.
Yeah. We got that reference in.
They would have taken 800
If you make it this far in this video, leave an EFAP in the comments for Sam. Do a dear Sam. Do a dear Sam, and then give dear Sam your favorite EFAP moment from the stream. All right. You got anything else? Any more? Well, any more thoughts? Any more questions? Burning questions? We're all excited to see what happens to Judd in season 3.
I still have a season 1 plot hole I need answered.
Okay. Oh, and I have a season 2 question I forgot. But yeah.
Okay, mine is who held the overtime contingency switches open when Milchick was off the books waking up Dylan?
The same guy that built the doors, I would assume. The metal
Just
doors,
some
the sliding doors.
maintenance
goons.
guy. Just
Yeah,
some goon.
workers.
All right, that's fine.
Yeah.
Some goon that is just never around any other time.
Well, that's what I mean. Like there are those like few random people that are on the severed floor that I assume aren't severed. You know, like the guys that put the doors in. You know.
Well, the guy that puts the doors in is probably severed. They probably get doors delivered.
And they make their doors in house. It's fucking hubris.
No, they make their own doors.
And that's why
they've got the
their
hubris,
doors-
John.
Well, I know, but they probably make their doors in a different facility that is for door making. No, they probably just have severed people make the doors.
Maybe.
I don't know.
I don't
Now
know.
I'm going
I mean,
off on a tangent.
Yeah, I'm saying there's like clearly like severed people that are for this weird fucked up cult recreation of Kier's consciousness, and then there's also a bunch of fucking normal people that work there that do like taxes and shit. And I figured
not a
maintenance
bunch.
people. That's
Why
all the
would, there,
top
why would
floors.
their maintenance people be? Oh, well, in the larger offices, my assumption is there are severed maintenance people that hang out in the severed basement floors.
Yeah, maybe that is a possibility. I'm just saying it's not necessary to go to that floor to be severed, especially when you're doing work on that floor in the hours where the severed employees aren't there. So you could have people like the maintenance people who put the doors in who are unsevered also be the ones that hold the switches. Is my guess. Is my guess. But my question for you, John. So, episode 1, Mark runs around the halls, right? He goes into wellness. And then when he's in wellness, there's an out of focus figure behind him. Who's that? I don't think that question ever got answered.
My assumption was Milchick at the time.
I don't think
but
it's
now I'm
Milchick,
going to
though.
go back and look at it.
Yeah, go look at it real quick. Look at it, talk about it.
I'm looking at it on Apple TV.
Okay.
I just wanted to make that very clear.
I obviously that's where you look at. I shared
That's
access
right.
with you.
That's right.
He's part of my family, Mr. Cook, whatever your name is.
All right, so we're in wellness. There is an out of focus figure, moves very slowly.
He kind of looked like Doug Grader, but Doug Grader's dead. He's dead Grader now. God.
Shit. Okay, then Milchick. Oh, and Milchick is wearing a black and blue suit, so that can't be Milchick. And Mark hasn't been reintegrated yet, so it can't be Mark's other consciousness in his head. It's got dark hair, so it can't be James. I feel like it's not big enough to be Drummond. Maybe it's Kier. It's definitely never addressed. I really like the outline of the painting on the wall. The doors have been removed. The paintings have been removed, but the outlines of the paintings remain. Lubin is really good at fabricating emptiness. Really interesting business concept.
And the work is mysterious and important.
House Wind, oh my god.
Yeah, that was the thing I also thought it'd be fun to talk about since we're back to talking about maybe. We'll just go through episode by episode. We're not playing D&D tonight. We'll just get.
Well,
I'll get some
I do have
snacks.
other stuff to do tonight. I can't start.
Oh,
from
not
episode
anymore,
1.
John.
Oh my god.
It's the bit, John. It's
Why
good.
is there a
It's
jar of pennies there. Oh, those must be the snacks.
It's for the snack machine. Yeah. So now John's got stuff to do. Now John's got stuff to do.
Only Mark W. and Mark S. introduced themselves during this ball game.
Yeah, because we cut
Miss
away from
Wong.
it. Oh, I love that. I have to remind you that I'm a supervisor.
That's nice, Mark. But I have to remind you that I'm a supervisor, not a friend.
Yes,
Three
not
new
a friend.
friends. Yeah, so good. So good.
3 new friends.
Branch 5X. There were whole other branches. What's Branch 5X about? Some failed project because all the people that
was shut down.
Well, and when Milchick says he got 2 people from 5X, I think Drummond.
Drummond,
is like 5X.
he's like 5X.
Those people suck.
That place, they were super weird. There's a guy, Mark W. He sucked.
I thought I'd be retired, so it's nice that I'm alive.
Kind of a fun fact about me is that I thought I'd be permanently retired when my branch shut down. So this is a nice surprise.
Oh my God.
Yeah. I also love maybe Gwendolyn Y asking about like his experience outside. He's like, I met my brother-in-law. And she's like, huh, when we listed the top things, the brother-in-law wasn't even on the list. Like just that's so great.
Yes, I was so certain that these 3 were going to be like some kind of spy psyop thing.
Oh,
but no, they're just other Severed employees, and they get wiped.
Yeah, well, they needed a quick fix. That's also what I love about like later Mark is told that it's been 5 months, but like within that we see that no, they shut down that room, the wellness room, in like a day. Like it's like almost no time from the OTC to this, so they have to they're like, fuck, we got to put Miss Casey on ice, baby. Can't have her around. Hide her away.
Oh, right.
Mark's
he
coming.
Frames Mark W.
Yeah. Was it Ernest?
Do you really think I'm a shambolic rube?
Shambolic rube. Oh, yes. Why are you a child? But also for real. Like some board members, kid. The benediction was delivered by Dr. Rickon Hale, author of such hits as The UUR and These Values 9, How I Let Kier In. I rocked you in a room like an animal, Mark. As an unsevered man, I'll carry that knowledge the rest of my life.
Oh, he gets to talk to Kier.
Is anyone there? Is the board on? It's Mark S. from Macrodata Refinement.
If Kier if Kier's the board, then he gets to talk to Kier directly.
Okay, well, if you're there, please listen. Now, I know that you want to do the right thing for severed people, which is why I need to see my team again. If we truly are the face of severance reform, as you say, then they deserve a chance.
Mark!
Please, they're my friends. You can't just make them disappear. Please!
Yeah, and the board, is fine. And that's why also, all of these decisions, it's not like a board of people. It's just Kier's consciousness.
Right. One dude's fucked up AI consciousness creation.
Yeah. Big rebuilt by all these macrodat refiners. and a huge piece of the puzzle would have been the perfection of this through Cold Harbor because they were lucky. They got them there.
There's this painting with Kier having cut off or buried 4 people in the sand.
No, he's happy. They're the people from underground. They did an uprising. He's blessing.
But they're only shoulders above ground.
Yeah, it's them. It's Mark. It's Helly. It's
none of those. None of those are Dylan.
Yeah.
Oh, I guess that could be
Yeah, it's like an old timey putting them in the past, recanonicalized. It's the Macrodat uprising.
Really, he tackled you? Yeah, bad. Which fair. I tackled the man first, but I didn't fuck with his belt. Kier pardons his betrayers.
Weird.
He stacks haul past his pineapple body. Playful mirror room. We never got to go there. But it's to distract Irv from the elevator and explain away his visions. Oh man, Mark confused about Severance in episode 3. Mark's confused about months. Asks, "Do you mean what quarter?" Forgot about that. Any sense of time
ever marry? I'm a frolicaholic.
Yeah, all of the motivational posters are so good. Welcome to the post game, everyone. We'll be there.
There's a human face on the body of the bee.
I think it's one of the Egans. Yeah, that's Baird Egan.
Oh, Baird Egan.
Yeah. I'm a frolicaholic.
Lumen is listening.
Lumen is listening, remember?
I thought that meant they were listening to our conversations.
Yeah, he's right, Mark. I did get the hint of a double meaning.
Ooh, another fun shot. This is the
There's
bonus round, everyone. If you're still here, thank you for staying. It's all staying in. But we get that RRR shot. Oh, I could put my camera back on. I just sort of was like, I'm gonna zone out, so I don't necessarily need to be using my iPhone camera, but I'll turn it back on. There's the RRR shot of like you see the reflection in Helena's eye of Mark and Helle kissing. So like you see her perspective, but you're locked out of what she thinks about it.
Mm-hmm.
Genius camera move. I learned about it from RRR. I think Ben Stiller did as well.
Probably.
Just kidding. I don't know, but I believe it.
In the windmills of your mind.
Anyway, this is gonna be a weird. How do we come in from what we were just doing to sign off from the show like this? Because I'm a professional. I've watched Sam do it before. Anyway, thank you, John, for coming to talk about Severance as the resident Sev head on this floor here of Carico Industries. I've been Alex M for Sam Carico. Thank you for coming. I forget how he does a sign off. Follow Film Fan Club on all of the things. There'll probably be links in the description. I don't remember them. Sam was pretty vague in his description of what I was supposed to do here. So I'm kind of just off the doming it. Anyway, I've been Alex. John's been John. No one's been Sam. We don't know where he is. Thank you for watching. Please like, subscribe, comment, follow Stitcher, SoundCloud, Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, X, if we're going to let Elon have his way. Any final thoughts, John?
If you happen to see Sam walking around, take a picture and post it in the comments so that we can find him.
Yeah, let us
Really
know.
just bug the shit out of him if you know where he is.
Bug the shit out of him. All right. All right. That's our show. Thanks again to John L. for joining me today to talk about Severance. Join us next time when we'll be talking Daredevil, Born Again. If you enjoyed this, please like and subscribe. Follow us wherever you get your podcasts. A lot of exciting things coming up this season. Mission Impossible, The Final Reckoning, new series of Doctor Who. Maybe we'll see a Marvel movie. Maybe Sam will return. We don't know, and you won't find out unless you subscribe. So thanks again for joining me today. Y'all take care.